Testing.
evening, everyone. Has anyone heard from Councilmember Rary, whether or not she plans on being here? I would imagine she does.
I would think she does.
Well, if it is permissible with everyone, we can give her another minute or so if she's having difficulty getting on, and then we can start the meeting, or at least attempt to. Is that okay with council if we extend another minute? And there she is. Okay, pursuant to section 54956 of the California Government Code, a special meeting of the City Council is hereby called for April 26, 2022, 5:30 p.m. We do have a quorum. If we could get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rary?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. Okay, we are all in attendance. At this time, we will open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are on the closed session agenda. If you wish to speak under public comment, I received no written public comments on this item that were submitted prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda, and if appropriate, staff will follow up on them. And I'm seeing no hands raised.
Okay, at this time, we will close public comment. And do I have a motion to adjourn? We have
Second.
And a second, and a third, and a fourth supporters walking in the door behind Councilmember Rary. Have a first and second roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
And I got to take the dogs in the other room, so it may take me another minute or two.
Okay, we'll be recessing to the other room, and we'll see you there. Thank you. All right, let's close that. Good evening, everyone. At this time, we will reconvene tonight's City Council meeting. There is nothing to report out from closed session. We do have a quorum. Margaret, could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza,
Here.
Councilmember Meyer,
Here.
Councilmember Rary,
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Here.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. You could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we will open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda, items listed under presentations, informational reports, or on the consent calendar, request for future agenda items, new request. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting when you have the opportunity to provide them. I did receive 4 written public comments. I'll go ahead and share my screen. A copy is shown on the presentation slide. The City Council has been provided full copies of the written public comments, and these will be made available on the City Council agenda's webpage. If you wish to speak under public comment, please use the raise your hand feature using Zoom, and I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda. If appropriate, staff will follow up on them. And I do have some hands raised. I'll go ahead and start with Carolina Villaseca, followed by Scott Richards. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, City Council. It's nice to see all of you. First, I wanted to thank Mayor Joel for stopping by our Mecca feed where I mistook him for the live auctioneer right before our live auction. He's a lot taller than what I thought. But anyway, so it was nice to meet him in person. Then we pointed him in the right direction. Oh, and by the way, I look forward to seeing you play with the Bristow Band in the spring concert, like you told Mr. Morello. So I'll let you know when the rehearsals start for that. Second, I'd like to have somebody pull number C12. I'd like a little more detail on what this company does and what they're planning to do with the monies given. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Scott Richards, followed by Danny Dorman. Mr. Richards, go ahead.
Good evening, Brentwood City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a property owner in Deer Ridge, and it's my primary family residence. On April the 13th, 2022, around 2:22 p.m., my dog and family were inside my property line enjoying the weather in our backyard. On this date and time, a person was trespassing on Deer Ridge Golf Course with their dog off leash directly behind my property. The dog proceeded to approach my property line and pushing its head between the iron fence on our property, and it viciously attacked, mauled, and maimed my sweet 7-year-old dog. My dog was rushed into emergency surgery. We're grateful to God and the expert doctors at Central Boulevard Vets who managed to save her life. We have a 3-month-old baby on our property, a 10-year-old child, and we fear for the safety of our family with our own property line, which is unacceptable on all accounts. With a willing seller and myself and other neighbours as willing buyers, I kindly request that the City of Brentwood add to the agenda an item to discuss Deer Ridge residents who would like to make a land purchase along their property line. This is a great opportunity for us all. I'd also like to request that an agenda item is added to discuss the immediate safety and security of our properties and families following the aforementioned incident. I'm tired of picking up trash from people discarding it on Deer Ridge that blows onto my property, drug wrappers, people passing, riding dirt bikes behind my home, and most of all now, feeling that my family are not safe within my property line. My greatest fear that another dog, or even worse, a child, will be subjected to another attack then we may not be so lucky to save that individual on that occasion. Please consider my comments for the safety and protection of our families and property at Deer Ridge.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danny Dorman. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I feel sorry for the previous gentleman. This is exactly why I am all on Shea and the Orchard 55 and older facility, as well as the new one and the old one, the 55 and older. I'm sorry, I wasn't going to talk about this tonight, and then the poor gentleman mentioned his dog and 10-year-old child. Bottom line, Shea, with respect to those two properties, is charging up to $15,000 per resident to protect themselves. And this person, has the fence, and yet his child was in danger, his animals were in danger, and that's with a fence. So now, Shea pretty much putting people in a lock regarding not putting in fences or making fences a luxury. Again, Kindred, I know is a done deal. I would hope that the city would put pressure on them to do the right thing. Orchard, don't even know why they're putting homes up in a lottery and they haven't gotten approved yet. The reason, though, for tonight is, of course, Bluebird. I am still very uncomfortable about comments that I've read from the Bluebird people saying that they're confident they're going to be able to move forward. That level of confidence means that someone's in the bag. And if the last planning mission indicates anything, it's that, well-intentioned or not, shenanigans happen. And I want it on the record that if Bluebird does go through with that monstrosity that they want to put in there, I want it on the record that we were caught. And hopefully you guys will do the right thing. And that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cinziana Todor. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to express my concern of how Planning Commission is conducting their business and activities. Last week's meeting was a clear display of lack of knowledge, professionalism, and work ethic in how they treated the application on the agenda. As you very well know, the commissioners were tasked to make a decision on conditional use permit and design review. The conditional use permit was approved without any conditions. So why would it be conditional if there's no conditions to be met or we're able to track in order to maintain their CUP? And also the design review conversation took about 45 seconds altogether. And the conclusion was, it looks nice and it blends with $1.2 million homes and the nice church that's on the adjacent lot. When they were talking about a temporary structure, trailers made out of prefab materials. No stucco, no design features, no nothing. But it has a fence around it. So I'm just really concerned about this type of behavior and lack of knowledge and to some degree ignorance. Also, it was brought up the fact that an R1 lot will be used for some multi-use purposes without even considering the requirements of current state laws, land use, and all the restrictions that we have around and are imposed on our city by state laws. And this is again worrisome, considering there's a lot of applications coming in, invoking state bonus density laws, other state level laws limiting local decision making. And I am also worried, considering that Adams Lane, Orchard Grove will be up for discussion next week on May 3rd. And the neighborhood is very concerned about the design features that are currently presented in the application, without having a concrete wall around it that will have a better aesthetic, as opposed to a good neighbor's fence that will deteriorate very quickly and impact the look for the surrounding community. Also, traffic calming measures should be considered because, as we know, the school is there and traffic will be impacted. So I appreciate your time.
The speaker's time had expired. The next speaker is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Margaret. I just to touch on something that Danny said earlier. There is some kind of a problem with the Planning Commission. Certainly, you all have heard me speak about Dave Dolter's email before, and I published that on Facebook a couple days ago, collect some comment on it, and most people think it's fishy, and the people that we know that have been in Brentwood government actually agree with me that it's a violation. But I'm not here to talk about that today. And I am mostly here to celebrate Deer Ridge, but I did hear the one gentleman whose dog suffered an unfortunate vicious attack, and that's terrible. But the proposition that we would be expanding people's backyards into the open space is not one that we can consider at this time. And I believe really that if that gentleman had the time to sit down and talk to his neighbors about why we're not able to do that at this time, he would probably side with us. The fact is that with SB 9, there's nothing to prevent people from putting ADUs, and people, I think, just want to expand their backyard, but another person would come along and buy that house, and put up an ADU. We don't want that. And he mentioned extending his fence. Under current zoning, he would not be able to do that because the fence line is not something you can expand into open space like that. So you can't really make a new backyard. You would just be buying open space that had to stay the way it was if there was no rezone. And I think everybody in this town knows that if the question is, should we do a rezone in Deer Ridge, the answer is going to be no. Heck no. You've all seen the T-shirts. It's not something that's up for debate. So while I sympathize with his unfortunate event with his dog, which I'm a pet owner myself, I don't think that we're going to be able to fix that by extending our fences another 10 or 20 feet into the open space, because it's still going to be a fence. So, and if he's talking about putting in an opaque fence, then again, that's a major change to this neighborhood. We have the fence we have around the golf course, and we like it. So I did speak to the CEO, I guess, of WBA today. Mr. Shelton has told me that he does have a plan to hire security to go around the golf course and make sure shady things are not going on, to chase off the people that shouldn't be there, make sure, at least people's dogs are leashed, or maybe they'll have to chase them off because everybody is technically trespassing still. And I think that's a pretty good plan for now until we get some more important matters settled. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Marisol Vallis.
Hi, thanks. Sorry, I'm going to piggyback because after I heard that caller, I felt I needed to speak. I live in Deer Ridge, and I feel horrible for the caller who talked about their dog, and I feel so bad for their dog. I also have two dogs myself. I've always had dogs. And I really hope that that homeowner is taking action with the other dog owner who hurt his family, which I think is the person that really needs to be spoken to. I don't see how buying some of the golf land would have made a difference in terms of this attack. What Deer Ridge really needs is WBA to do what they had mentioned they would do: fix, maintain the trails, possibly through a membership option, revitalize the restaurant. Revitalizing the area without hurting the actual land or rezoning is what WBA really needs to continue to focus on, not selling property to current landowners. So again, I just wanted to remind the council that Deer Ridge, a lot of the Deer Ridge residents still stand very firm with that the land needs to stay open space, no rezone, and no selling to people that live currently in the area as well. And I'm glad to hear the dog is doing well. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Keith and Julie Schaefer. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. This is Keith Schaefer, and I'm here with my wife, Julie. We live on Gracie Lane, and we've been fairly active with the Shea Home Orchard Grove project as it's progressed through the various stages of approvals and suggestions and what have you. I've spoken to David Best personally. We've had him at our home, and he is the principal person from Shea that has been sort of developing this along the way. He's been a very cordial person, and he's made some concessions, but there's a few that we really want to target, and we've spoken to the Planning Commission, and I'll be writing a letter. I've written one letter to y'all before, and I'll be sending another one, but we're looking for support. We're not necessarily completely against the project, but we feel as time has gone that the so-called housing crisis has allowed them the opportunity to make smaller and smaller lots. They've requested that standard setbacks for the city of Brentwood are ignored, and they're reduced in size. I'm firmly against that. You know, I represent Gracie Lane, there's 5 residents on Gracie Lane. Most of them are elderly. They've been here since the inception of Gracie Lane back in 1954. And so they can't really speak for themselves. So they've asked me to. And one of the additional items that are really close to our heart, I guess I should say, is maintaining a rural setting. We've all had large animals. We've got kids and grandkids running down the streets, and we'd really like to request a split-face concrete block wall around the property, just as Braddock and Logan did in years past. I just really, I guess in closing, want to ask the council members to really, when we need to allow concessions for the builder and developers, that we really look at the minimums. The wall that we're looking for, the land setbacks, the amount of driveway that these homes are proposing. A vehicle won't even fit in the driveway. So all the roads are going to be just completely congested. Anyway, thank you for your time. Sorry to babble.
Thank you. The next speaker is Antonio Xavier. Antonio, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the earlier complaints about the Planning Commission. As a citizen, I expect city officials to hold themselves to a higher standard of behavior. We all know that there is a line between good and bad behavior. I expect my city officials to stay far away from that line and not test the limits. Planning Commission members are appointed by you, the City Council. That means you also have the responsibility of oversight and corrective action. I ask that you hold them accountable if they misbehave. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Yildiz. Yildiz, go ahead. Yildiz, are you able to speak? I'll come back to Yildiz. I'll go ahead and move on to Serena. Serena Stambuk, go ahead.
Hi, hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Thank you. So as a Deer Ridge resident, I just need to, I guess, be the lone voice here. No, residents do want to go ahead with the lot line adjustments. What I'm hearing is the residents don't want that and they don't want to rezone. I asked for a future agenda item be put forth to the city council to consider it. There's a lot of residents here who would like that considered. When I first went onto the city's website and looked at the plans that WBA put forward, I was absolutely amazed and want to see something done with Deer Ridge. My property backs to the golf course, what used to be the golf course, and I would love to see something like that. My husband and I have spent money on the plans of as-built, so we've gone through civil. We want to be able to submit our application, but currently where the zoning's at, we know that it would get rejected. I want to know from the city why that is. I want to know why we can't do this transaction. I want to see Deer Ridge, the possibility of it being better than it was before. And I'm not the only owner that feels that way. Deer Ridge isn't what it used to be. The possibility of not only our property being worth more, but what it could be. I'm not the only one that feels this way. The city can make more money in property taxes. Our values can go up. Residents who don't want to do the lot line expansion, their property value will go up. I want to hear it from the city. I want to hear why we're not being allowed this. And I would like it being put on the agenda, and I want to hear from the city why not. And I want to hear this also why from Deer Ridge residents, not people outside of the community. Why don't they want it? I believe that we should be able to govern. We should be able to have our voices heard. And why that isn't occurring. You know, surveys were done and why other communities were able to have an input on our own community of what they do and don't want to see. So I just ask that in consideration, that there are other voices out there besides people who don't want to see things move forward. So that's all.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and try Yildiz again. Yildiz, are you able to unmute? We're unable to hear you, Yildiz. I'll go ahead and move on to Anna Zachenko from the Consulate of Ukraine.
I think she wants to speak under A1.
Yeah, I think we were going to have her speak under public comment.
Oh, okay.
And then I believe Meyer.
Yes, she can have time under public comment. She'll have more uninterrupted time available for that. Anna, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Dear Sir, Madam, Honorable City Brentwood, on behalf of Consul General of Ukraine, Dmytro Kushniruk, and Ukraine, I would like to thank to the City Brentwood for inviting us today and giving the floor to express the voice of Ukrainians. We highly appreciate the US strong support for Ukraine and by helping Ukrainians through the global response, military help and sanctions policy, helping Ukrainians to voice their struggle, pain, and need to stop the Russian invasion. Thank you for your strong support in our fight for freedom and democracy in Ukraine and in the world. As you know, today is the 62nd day already of the heroic and brave resistance of Ukrainian nation against the brutal Russian military invasion. On the 24th of February, early in the morning, Russia waged a full-scale war on Ukraine with almost all of weapons in its resistance. This is an attack on the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine and a brutal violation of UN Charter and basic norms and principles of the international law. Since the beginning of the Russian war against Ukraine, 217 children already have been killed and more than 400 children have been injured as a result of the mass bombing of Ukraine with all types of anti-aircraft and missile weapons available to the Russia, and all columns of tanks and heavy military crossing the Ukrainian border. Russian rockets and bombs are attacking and killing Ukrainian civilians, targeting and destroying military targets, hospitals, orphanages, kindergartens, schools, universities, libraries, and just normal civilians. Large Ukrainian community of California is actively involved in the situation, organizing meetings, asking for providing international help. While we are grateful that the whole US stands with Ukraine, there is still a lot which we can do to help people in Ukraine. We also kindly urge for further strengthened the ties among the American and Ukrainian cities. City Brentwood with the city of Ukraine, which could be the great collaboration. The humanitarian aid and funds utilized for the reconstruction of Ukrainian cities will undoubtedly benefit both our states in the future. At the same time, we kindly urge to use the influence to encourage the sister cities international, local, regional authorities to break up ties of American cities with their sister cities in Russia as a strong message and warning to the Putin's regime of war criminals and moral bankrupts. We ask to support Ukrainian people and contribute to international efforts to stop Russian war against Ukraine, in imposing economic sanctions on Russia, reviewing and seize all state investments and purchase.
The speaker's timer had expired. I'll go ahead and try Yildiz again.
Mr. Mayor, can we extend the time for the consulate, please?
Yes, we can. We appreciate the consulate calling in, and we would like to give them an opportunity to finish their request and presentation.
Anna, go ahead, if you can unmute.
Hi.
Hi, go
Can you
ahead.
hear me again? Thank you so much
Yes,
for
go
giving me the floor one more. As I told, we ask to support Ukrainian people and contribute to international efforts to stop Russian war against Ukraine. In imposing economic sanctions on Russia, review and seize all state investments and purchases with Russian companies, sign an executive order to stop business operations of entities with any Russian businesses, including oil and gas supply, provide humanitarian and military assistance to Ukraine, provide assistance to Ukrainians who arrived to the USA with a temporary protected status. The above-mentioned measures will help Ukrainian people and prevent even greater humanitarian and environmental disaster, and will help restore peace in Ukraine and in the whole world. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and try Yildiz again. Yildiz, are you able to speak? I'm unable to hear Yildiz. I know she did want to speak in support of the proclamation in support of Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. I'll go ahead and move on to Marion Petrin. Marion, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Thank you very much for this great opportunity, and I do articulate my gratitude toward management of Brentwood City for this chance to hear our Ukrainian representatives, I mean Consulate of Ukrainian of San Francisco. So I hope this step will help us to unite, to show ourselves that we are able to fight against dictators and dictatorship and totalitarianism of Russian government. So we can help refugees, we can establish sisterhood relationship with Ukrainian cities and villages, and we can have cultural exchange, and we can establish, for example, some kind of like united festivals. I know that this week was announced like sad news for garlic lovers. So the organizers of Garlic Fest in Gilroy, they admitted that they have to cancel this event. So why can we establish something for our community, like for example, Sunflower Festival, because in Ukraine, sunflower is national symbol. So we can unite together people across this like beautiful symbol of life and spring. So thank you again for your support and understanding the needs of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no additional speakers with their hands raised, and Yildiz was unfortunately unable to speak.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comment, and we do appreciate Yildiz. She is a very often vocal and supportive voice in our community for the betterment of Brentwood, and we do appreciate her. Unfortunately, we're not able to hear her comments tonight. At this time, we will move into item A1, presentations, and I will read a proclamation proclaiming support for Ukraine and its citizens. And to receive it tonight will be Vitaly Nazarov, and this is the proclamation. Whereas the invasion of Ukraine and attacks against its people have been broadly condemned by the United Nations, United States President, leadership of the European Union, Great Britain, and other countries around the world, and whereas the horrors of this invasion are apparent to all Americans, the courage, steadfastness, and endurance displayed by the Ukrainian people in defending their homeland is an inspiration to the entire world. And whereas the people of Ukraine have been caught in the middle of this invasion, creating 4.8 million external refugees and over 7 million internal displacements and millions in need of urgent humanitarian assistance. Whereas it is estimated that the United States will welcome up to 100,000 Ukrainian refugees and others fleeing Russia's aggression through the full range of legal pathways, including the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program. And whereas the City Council of the City of Brentwood wishes to provide information on reputable national and regional resources and organizations that stand ready to assist the Ukrainian humanitarian effort in providing aid to those that have been displaced or that are seeking refuge in new countries. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby ask the residents of Brentwood to join us in expressing support and solidarity for the people of Ukraine in defeating and expelling this unprovoked aggression against their country and their duly elected government, and encourage the residents of Brentwood to seek out reputable organizations to donate and assist the Ukrainian people. And is Mr. Nazarov available with some comments to receive this proclamation?
Yes, I'm here. My name is Vitaly, and I'm a Ukrainian immigrant, and I'm living here in Brentwood. For more than 2 months, my morning start not from coffee. This horrible war changed our routine and mental state too. My family and friends are still in Ukraine, and the first things I do is check if they are still okay. And city of my family right now in about 70 miles from war zone. But I want to say thank you to neighbors, to people at farmers market who approach us and show support, people who hang Ukrainian flags to show that they care. And now, of course, thank you to the city. In Brentwood, we have many Ukrainian families, and it's really, really important for us to know that the city supports us as well. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, all government of our beloved city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nazarov. We do stand with you in spirit, and just so you'll know, many families have come to me in the community saying that they are praying for our families here in Brentwood that have families in Ukraine as well as the nation. We greatly appreciate you being part of our community and our neighbors. So thank you. At this time, we will move into informational reports from council members, committees, liaisons, and staff. I'll begin with council member. Let's switch it up. Council member Meyer tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Since we met last, I moderated a Cal Cities roundtable discussion for mayors and council members, including topics, council meetings, how are they going, affordable housing and housing elements, which took most of the roundtable time, and then transportation and workforce development. Of course, attended the Joint City Council Planning Commission Housing Element Workshop, took part in the Miles for Mayo 5K walk to raise money for youth sports programs in Brentwood. Wonderful thing that the family took this tragedy and turned it into something very positive for the community that will benefit the community for years on end, as they're starting to make it an annual event. Attended the Cal City Senior Centers and Resources Roundtable, which was a discussion around how Parks and Recs Department have had to alter programming models to accommodate the impacts of COVID and how things have changed for senior centers. California Alliance of Local Electeds, planning meeting with a keynote speaker in preparation for the Cal City City Leaders Summit, and then spoke with an East County resident about potentially holding a Juneteenth event in Brentwood. And city staff has been taking that discussion and moving it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
Couldn't find my mouse. Hello. Let's see. The mayors and council members roundtable. I attended that. The Joint City Council Planning Commission Housing Element Workshop, the CIP workshop, Land Use and Economic Development Committee meeting, the East Bay Leadership Council Water and Environment Task Force, but it was actually about lithium batteries, which we are going to have to deal with because all car batteries and house batteries are going to have to be disposed of. So down the road, I'm sure there's going to be a bill about how we have to pay for that. Also attended my very first run of any kind, the Miles for Mayo 5K. Today I spoke to 8th grade girls as a panelist for the Empowerment Project, which was a lot of fun. Attended the California Alliance for Elected Officials call and attended the Cal Cities Roundtable that Councilmember Meyer moderated.
Thank you. Councilmember Rary.
Since last time we met, I also attended the Joint City Council Planning Commission Housing Element Workshop, John Marsh Historic Trust Board meeting, which I forgot to mention that when you all said, what are we doing to find funding from the state? I completely forgot that Senator Glazer's representative had reached out to me saying that they were looking at funding part or all of the interpretive center that I brought before you guys at our last meeting. And State Parks is working to bring you all the information to show you the support that that they have for the Interpretive Center. I also participated in the Miles for Mayo 5K, and I gotta say, Councilmember Mendoza's mom beat us all. She was way ahead of all of us. And I attended the Land Use and Development and Economic Development meeting. I attended a PAL meeting, the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District State of the District meeting, the City Council closed session last week, and the Anne Wangerman Memorial Golf Tournament, which was all day yesterday, and 100% of the proceeds will benefit the Police Activities League here in Brentwood. So that was real exciting. And that is all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, Mayor. Right now, I don't have anything. Thank you.
Okay. And since the last time that we met, I attended the Airport Land Use Commission, as well as the Police Activities League and Wagnerman Memorial Golf Tournament. And I'll have to say that Councilmember Rary was everywhere. She not only was part of the admissions, but taking pictures of everyone. And so she was working very hard as a liaison representative for our city council there. Also, I attended the presentation for the Liberty Graduates of Distinction. And we have some just amazing people that have graduated from our high school and gone out into the world and climbed to the top of their levels of success in all types of areas. And as a community, we can be very proud that we're represented well by our family members that have gone out into the world. And now some of them have come back and are helping be a part of our great community again. Also, I attended the housing element as well. In addition, I spent 2 days with a local nonprofit that deals with at-risk youth out camping in the desert. They had never left the city. There were 19 of them, and more than 2/3 had never been out in the desert. And so we got to show them how the sky looks without any other light interference and how close the stars were. And we had a great time. And it's just great to see young people being able to experience things they hadn't before and get to know each other from different areas and cultures and ethnicities and backgrounds. And at the end, everyone had new friends that they never dreamed they would have before. So it was a great opportunity. And with that, I have nothing else to report at this time. And we will ask the city manager, staff, do you have anything to report?
Thank you for checking, but nothing to report tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll move into the consent calendar. And do we have a motion for the consent calendar?
Mayor, I'd like to pull C12, please.
And I'd like to pull C15.
Okay, C12 and C15. Is there a motion for the remainder?
I'll make a motion to adopt consent calendar on all items except for C12 and C15.
Second.
Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
We'll go to Councilmember Mendoza, item C12.
This is similar to, I don't know if you remember when we were going over the strategic plan, we had an ask for Better for Brentwood, another 20, and we said no. And I'm feeling the same about this one. I just don't know what else we're going to get for additional funds on from Weblative. I spoke to staff and I'd like to know exactly what they want, like what is scheduled with this money from here to the end of the year, and how these items work with Better in Brentwood. Are we overlapping and things along that line? Hello, Josh. I hope they gave you a heads up that I was going to pull this one.
We did. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, would you like a staff report?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, honorable council members. Joshua Ewan, senior analyst with economic development. Thank you for your time, and thank you, council member Mendoza, for the question. I'd be glad to go through a quick summary of the report, as well as some of the fiscal impacts related to this contract. So I'll go ahead and just show a quick presentation. Great. So you should be seeing a presentation screen.
No, sorry, Josh. We're
Oh,
not.
sorry. Thank you. How about there?
Yep.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So what we're looking for City Council's approval on tonight is amending the existing agreement with Dual Hair Inc., who provides our community relations services for this current fiscal year. And the community relations services came out of the Public Information Office as a strategic initiative for the City Council and the city manager to deliver. So this is part of your City Council strategic initiatives for fiscal year 21-22, which was in regards to educating the community about various initiatives and projects and programs that the city offers. One of the items within those strategic initiatives was to initiate a redistricting process, as well as produce a monthly newsletter, both of which have been accomplished and will be ongoing in terms of the city newsletter moving forward. The City Council had previously budgeted in full for a public information officer position in fiscal year 21-22, and that position was actually vacated in September of 2021. The city manager, in consultation with staff, then evaluated the level of service being provided to the community and decided that a independent professional level community relations provider that would be a third-party outside consultant would serve well in lieu of a city staff position. So the city manager, under his authority, entered into a community relations agreement with Dual Hair Inc. on October 6th, following a RFP seeking community relations services for a contract amount not to exceed $50,000. So with tonight's action, we're seeking an additional amendment number 1 and increase in authority to extend the agreement by $25,000 through June 30 of 2022. Sorry. So some of the high-level community initiatives that we've used Dual Hair or DBA Weblative on in the last 9 months, and we've at the staff level have used them to supplement the available level of service and expertise that the city does have. One of which was the redistricting outreach. So they provided us just a quick summary of redistricting efforts, which was a momentous project for the city. And all the marketing outreach and that sort of thing was handled through Dual Hair Inc. They had results in terms of thousands of hits on our utility bills, emails, social media. There was, I believe, videos. They passed out window posters to 80 local businesses, just as an example of the services and the service level that they provided, which supplement city staff. Additionally, some of the other high priority projects that they've worked on were public marketing and outreach for the Vineyards at Marsh Creek Amphitheater project. They produced all the meeting notifications and did a video. They also live stream and produce a video for the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan open house, not necessarily as a planning consultant or anything to that nature, but only as the live video and marketing group. And then they've assisted economic development staff with International Council of Shopping Centers, retail attraction, which we just attended in March, and we used a lot of that promotional material to attract retail interest into the community. When we asked Weblative, Dual Hair, about the level of outreach and impact that they're seeing by being able to jump into the analytics of the cities, this is being the city of Brentwood's city news web traffic, they can show results in terms of page views, different actions and clicks, as well as they manage our Facebook and Instagram and other social media outlets for the city. and they show the potential amount of followers, the potential amount of reach, and other analytics that go along with this. This is their expertise. They focus on this for their private clients and been able to provide this to the city of Brentwood. So some of the upcoming services will be between now and June 30th. We'll be maintaining and updating the user interfaces for the city website pages for economic development, business, visitors, residents, and the city manager, as well as maintaining and updating the events and news pages for all the visual and functional consistency to ensure that our residents are getting a positive experience out of website and marketing materials that come out of the community. They'll also design flyers and do some of our marketing for real estate and trade industry groups on a minor scale, just to be able to help supplement staff with some minor digital design work and that sort of thing, which staff doesn't have a high level of expertise, but we rely on experts to help us get there. They'll also design and contribute a monthly and quarterly newsletter, and they'll continue working with staff to distribute information to our residents to effectively and engage with them and encourage that they get involved in all the different channels that we have available to them. So our fiscal impact in total, as I mentioned, the public information officer position was actually fully budgeted and approved by the city council for fiscal year 21-22 with a total allocation cost of $167,000. Dual hair costs to date are $75,000 in fiscal year, $50,000 if should be approved by the council, would be $75,000 in 21-22. So there is a potential net savings to the city in terms of general fund impact and being able to manage and deliver services to the community. Without having a consultant provide these services, we would be much more limited to the amount of engagement and digital media that we can do trying to communicate and engage the residents of the community. So with that concludes my very short report. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Councilmember Mendoza.
I guess my concern is that from September till now, we've spent $50,000. So we got really good return for everything we did. And now for 2 months, we need $25,000. So the spend per month seems really, really high. How much are we going to be doing that we would increase the spend per month to 25? It's basically 2 months that you're asking for money. So why is it so high for each month?
Sure. So great question, Councilmember Mendoza. So we built in some flexibility to allow us, based on council's various initiatives and projects, to give us some flexibility to be able to make sure that we're engaging with the community as much as we can. There are some current council projects and activities that are going on that may need additional community input, and we would want to engage them as much as possible using Dual Hair as our quasi public information officer, digital media creator, and content manager. And so 25,000 gives us some flexibility through the end of the year. We'd be able to have that paid for using salary savings that were accrued or actualized by not having that PIO position filled.
When it comes to, because these two projects, the Better in Brentwood and this one, you can see how they both have Facebook pages, they both have Instagram, they both have similar stuff and then different stuff. Why aren't we leveraging and having, and I guess this goes back to me saying we should probably put it out for bid. Why aren't we using the same vendor to get better deals, or are they totally different skill sets?
So these are two different contractual services. So we have a community relations services contract as a city as a whole and through the city manager's office to replace those PIO level services that we would have received with the in-house staff person. We have a lot of flexibility to provide things on notice quickly. They have a full team that's available to respond to the city manager group and council's request for engaging with the community. Economic development, as a division of the city manager's office, has our own separate agreement with Dual Hair Inc., and that's only for Better in Brentwood. And it's a minor contract. I can pull up the numbers if you like. Roughly about $9,500. We've spent about $5,600, I believe, through the year. We have about $4,400 or so remaining on the contract. And so what we use them in Better in Brentwood for is really kind of that digital content. They do video production and contact businesses and that sort of thing, and they do some engagement through different channels like putting product through our social media and YouTube and that sort of thing. But they're not the main manager of Better in Brentwood, and they're in comparison of the overall marketing platform a minor piece that helps deliver that program.
Yeah, for me, I think $12,000 a month is a lot, and I just don't know what we're going to get for it, but I'll let the rest of the council see what their comments are. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Thanks for the report as well. Can you confirm, you talked about some of the social media reach. Can you confirm what the increased reach was since Dual Hair took over from the PIO?
Great question. Let me see if I have it available to me. While I'm looking, feel free, if there's additional questions, I'd be glad to return to that. Councilmember Meyer, if that's okay.
Sure. I was also curious about the collaboration with Better in Brentwood. If I'm understanding correctly, Dual Hair creates the content, which then Better in Brentwood promotes? Yeah. How does that, I'm not clear on that either.
Sure. So we have in Better in Brentwood being a separate contract, maybe be considered at a later time. We have multiple consultants that provide marketing and quality of life services that are geared towards small business and community sales and community events and that sort of thing as a quality of life platform. So they provide really, from our perspective, kind of digital media content. They create videos and then they kind of work through some things. We have other service providers in Better in Brentwood to be considered possibly at another time that provide copywriting, web media, or website design and hosting, and also professional photography. And we'll be able to follow up with council more about Better in Brentwood by memo.
Okay. And are we doing fewer press releases since Dual Hair role?
I can't comment to that, but I'll see if our Assistant City Manager, Darren Gale, is available.
No, I would not say we're doing fewer press releases since they started. Also, to clarify, it's not the contract is for an additional $25,000, but it's on time and supplies. So it's their rate is $100 an hour. So we do not bill them on a retainer basis per month. They bill us based upon the hours used. So as Josh mentioned, we're really trying to provide, we put in 25,000. Do I think we're going to use 25,000? No, but I would hate to be at 20 come June 15th and we have to stop and we're working on a project to have to come back to council for an additional 5. Over the last few months since I started, we have increased the use of Weblative as we've tried to increase kind of our PIO reach. And we also had the website, which they assisted the city manager's office on trying to help us kind of get that started. So we spent we spent more money over the last 2.5 months than we did in previous months. But it's a contract that we watch closely. And Weblative, I believe it was a competitive contract that they received. And one of the great things about Weblative is they provide us website help, social media help, design help, copywriting help, all in one place. And as Josh kind of mentioned, when we call and ask for services, they're able to really provide us a broad range. It's just not one person; they have a team there that's assisting us. And then, as your question related to social media and what kind of additional reach, I don't know, but the numbers that we showed are basically all since Weblative began working with the city and assisting us with our social media and public outreach efforts.
Okay. And so what I'm getting is that the website and the redistricting process ate up more of the budget than what we might have planned would be the case at this period in the contract.
That is correct. And we're at the end of our contract and we still have more work to do. And so we would need to come back. We'd either need to enter into a contract with a different vendor to provide us these exact same services, or we're before you tonight because we believe Weblative has done an amazing job as relates to the PIO services and to expand and add additional funding through the end of this fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rary.
So to clarify, the more money that we spent in the last 2.5 months was because of the website and the redistricting, or what else caused us to have more money spent in the last 2.5 months?
Yeah, we had the project for preparing marketing materials for ICSC in marketing both the tech center and then the innovation center, and both Josh and Ricardo were able to attend that. Another project we had them work on our survey that we did for Cut the Commute. So those are new projects that were not really considered prior to us entering into a contract for up to $50,000.
So because we're using them for economic development purposes that are not PIO type work, shouldn't that be expended under economic development's department and not charged to this PIO work? And the same with the website. If they're working on our website, shouldn't that be charged to a different department instead of the PIO?
Yes. So Tim might have some more clarifying, but as it relates to the PIO works across all departments, sits in the city manager's office, helps Parks and Rec, helps police department, helps public works. And I don't know what the cost allocation plan is specifically for this position. I'm sure we could get that information. I don't know if Tim has it off the top of his head, but this position is definitely a citywide position providing help across the board. It just happens to be now we're contracting outside for it.
Well, and the reason why I bring this up is because a couple of years ago, as part of our strategic plan initiatives, we were to have the brochures for marketing for the Innovation Center done. And we had, I think it was $30,000 that was allocated to create those brochures. And so that funding wasn't part of a PIO. We didn't have a PIO back then. And nor did we expect a PIO to create those brochures. So that's why I'm a little confused why it's now a PIO's responsibility to create marketing materials.
Real quick to your point, Councilman Rary, didn't we hire a company that was going to take care of all of the marketing for?
I thought so.
Yeah, we funded that not long. I mean, I've been here since we funded that company, that marketing company, to do all of that work.
So separately, you have a contract with a company called Savage Bureau, and Savage Bureau is working on creating our overarching marketing ideas to how best to market the Innovation Center. That being said, we just have day-to-day posting on social medias, right? And I think our social media looks beautiful because we have this, well-designed product, and internally we don't have the staff to design those marketing materials.
And we weren't, part of the strategic plan was to pay for a consultant to create that marketing material. So, and as I said, I think it was about $30,000 that it was budgeted for. I think everything's being thrown at them, and we're expecting this to be PIO. So I can understand Councilmember Mendoza's concern that, we've used X amount of dollars over the last 5-6 months, and now we're asking for more money. I agree, Weblative does, or Duhar does a fabulous job. They really have done an exceptional job. I don't take exception with that, but I do when marketing material and website design and so forth is being taken out of the PIO. because you wouldn't expect the PIO to be doing website designs. I wouldn't have expected a PIO. I'd expect a public information officer to provide information regarding what's going on in the city, not creating marketing materials and for the economic development department and for designing websites.
I think that's one of the reasons I pulled it, is because I'm confused, right? Like I almost feel like what are the projects? Do their finances live in specific buckets that we already approved, or are we being redundant here? Right? I'm not ready to vote on this one yet until we get a little bit more information. And again, like maybe Carrie needs to do just some high level accounting summary for everything we've spent. Should it have come out of this budget, or should it have come out of a different budget? And do we really still need 25,000 if we reallocate funds that might need to be reallocated to different accounts?
So we can definitely come back with that. Just to clarify, no matter where we bring the dollars from, we still have some additional services that we need from an outside contractor to help us over the next couple months on some projects that we're working on.
But if you find that $10,000 was miscoded out of this account and it should have gone to economic development, then you free up another 10,000. So you wouldn't need 25,000. You would only need 15,000, let's say.
So to clarify, and I apologize, I did not describe this well. The city manager has the authority to sign a contract up to 50,000 for certain services with a outside vendor. Since we've come to that point, that is the reason why we're here before you, is because we're going over that $50,000 contractual agreement requirement. Did I describe that better, Tim? I apologize. I'm still new to Brentwood's process.
Let me jump in a little bit. It's going to provide maybe a little more detail than what's agendized tonight, but previously had a management analyst who performed some of these same functions. And when that management analyst personnel went to another position, I had a vacant position. I came to the city council and said, instead of hiring a management analyst, can I bring in a full-time equivalent of a public information officer? That position was here a few months. When it went away, we realized I need more than one person. I need a multidisciplinary team, and Weather to fit the criteria well through the RFP process. They're saving us money, and they're doing much more than we were doing in-house. So whether it's economic development, which is actually general fund as well as any other funds that will be committed to this PIO function, it's all general fund, and it's all covering all the bases to do everything that we're trying to do here. There is some redundancy perhaps with what Better and Brentwood is doing, and we're going to come back to the council with some more information on that separately. But if you don't approve this tonight, we're going to quickly run out of allocation of funding to have any of this social media, press release, multimedia effort done with Weblative. We don't think we'll spend the full 25, but we need some kind of allocation to keep the work going.
But I guess this is my question. Website. Should website have come out of this, or should website have come out of the account that you, out of the other account that was supposed to manage all of the website?
The website contract we had was to design the website. This is now to have ongoing maintenance with putting posting out, and we don't have the staff capacity to do that in-house.
I don't know. It's not clear what we've spent the money on. And you know me, I like to see, and I asked about this during our one-on-one, so it's not a surprise, right? Like, what did we spend the money on? What exactly we're going to spend it on? Is it coming from the right GL account? Are we hitting the right account is what I think Councilmember Rary was saying and what I'm saying. So you're saying, yeah, but I mean, I
can bring Carrie on, but it's hitting the right GL accounts that you've approved in the budget. Do you want me to bring Carrie up?
I would have liked a document like I asked yesterday. I don't want Carrie to come on. I think we should hold it. And if we could get the details email in an email to council so we understand it, that would be fantastic.
Is the concern we're not spending it out of a right account that's been budgeted?
Yes. Yeah, it is.
We are spending out of the right account. I have a great finance team that's going to make sure that's the case.
I know, but when I asked for a list, I said this yesterday, like, I want to know exactly, and I'm not getting exactly. I get roundabouts. And the Weblative and the Better in Brentwood, we're spending a lot of money, which is, I think it's right, but I'm wondering what we're getting. Are we getting the bang for our buck is what I guess I'm saying. So I know you're asking me for the money. If everyone else wants to vote for it, that's fine. I'm uncomfortable at this point. Like, I just think we're mixing up stuff is what it sounds like from what Darren said. So I would like a little bit more detail.
We on the call here don't have the information. So I can bring on the finance people who have the information if that would help you tonight.
I don't want to do it tonight. I don't want to go through a general ledger tonight. It's already 8 o'clock. So why don't we put this one on for 2 weeks from now, and you can provide the detail in a memo and we can put it back on consent. If everyone else is okay. I just think that if we ask for details, we should get them.
So, and the agenda item specifically says, has been serving as the city's professional community relations and public information consultant since October 6th. So that's, I think, where we're having the problems with, is that we're renewing it for a public information officer, not as a city manager catch-all. And I think that's kind of, the agenda says one thing, and yet we're finding out that this is a catch-all. And
a public information officer for the city would be a catch-all. Now, police department has some of their own functions, but that's unique to police department. The rest, public information officer will cover the rest of the city, including economic development. So hopefully that was clear in the staff report. But we can come back with more information.
But a public information officer isn't going to create marketing materials.
Good, and we're using them to that effect. We need that skill set and talent here at the city, and they've been able to provide it.
Okay, I guess I don't think of a public information officer as creating marketing materials for the economic development department. Providing information regarding what's going on in the city is one thing, but marketing materials.
I don't know. Hopefully I'm not misconstruing this, but they're not doing marketing materials in the specific sense for like Innovation Center or even for the businesses downtown, but generally speaking. So maybe Josh can clarify more in detail about what marketing materials Weblative might be doing.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'd love to speak to that. So yeah, marketing materials is really, in terms of the public information or community relations contract that we have with Dual Hair, economic development staff, if we need, something put together, a material, maybe a flyer really quick, we're providing all the content, we're getting it almost to final form, and we say, make this look nice, and can you just clean it up a little bit for us? Something that maybe a public information officer would have a skill set to do in order to do some like kind of digital design type work, whether that's, digital design software or something like that. And so they have that expertise. And so that's where we rely on them. But we, from a marketing standpoint of economic development, we're not relying on them to create content or anything like that an expert marketing consultant would do. In this sense, we're just using them to maybe help us clean up some things and get us so that we're market ready, or that we can communicate whatever that we're doing as staff to the community.
Well, I'm not ready to make a motion. I would like some more details. I don't know how everyone, but if someone wants to make a motion, that's fine.
I have no problems with making a motion on this because we need the work done. But before it comes back for the fiscal year 22-23, I'd like to see a full-on description of what this contract will cover, so that we are aware and we don't get this thrown back at us again with something we didn't expect. Because, based on the amount that we spent and the PIO salary, we already have significant savings.
Yeah, we can certainly, with our budget workshop on May 10th, and for the public starting at 5 o'clock, we can certainly detail this in a little more detail for you.
Yes, so I'll make a motion to adopt C12.
Before we do that, Vice Mayor, did you have something that you wanted to comment?
No, it's okay. Karen jumped in, that's fine. That's good. I second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. A roll call vote, please. Margaret, if you're talking, you are not unmuted.
Sorry, I have still 2 microphones I needed to unmute before I could speak. Councilmember Mendoza?
No.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay. Item C15, Councilmember Rary.
So the park name is Trailside Park. And while if it was actually, there was a trail that was there, I could see naming it Trailside Park, but it's a view of a trail. Trail view might be more appropriate rather than trail side because there is no trail, or park, or not Parkside. I think it was Seasons at Parkside, so maybe Seasons Park, or I think Water, there was a street Water Circle or something, so Water Park, or I forget what the other name of the other street was there. But Trailside, you would think that there's a trail that's there, not just a view of a trail across the creek. And they said, well, there's nothing around the area you can name it on. Well, I used to work across the creek from that location doing the native plant gardens. Working for REI, we used to go out there and maintain that once a month. And there are burrowing owls that are seen along the creek bed there every time we were out there, we saw the burrowing owls. So even that would be more appropriate than Trailside. So make a recommendation maybe to call it Trail View Park.
Any further conversation regarding this?
I'm fine with if she wants a name change. I'm not, that one I'm not passionate about.
Councilmember Meyer?
I'm not passionate about it either, but I have to say I don't really think Trail View rolls off the tongue. Maybe Bruce could tell us a little more about why, or were there other options considered that we could also consider?
Sure. Yeah, good evening, Mayor and City Council. So yes, just to clarify, it is along the Sand Creek, but just across the other side of Sand Creek is the Sand Creek Trail. So it is along the Sand Creek Trail, and I think that's why the commission and staff came up with Trailside Park, because it is along the Sand Creek Trail, which is right across from the future Sand Creek Park. There will also be a bridge that will come across the Sand Creek Park, over Sand Creek to the Sand Creek Trail, and will connect this park area to Sand Creek Park as well as the Sand Creek Trail. So I think that's why the commission thought that Trailside was a appropriate name. If we wanted to do Trail View, something like that, I think would be fine as well. So, but that's the reason why they came up with Trailside Park.
Councilmember Ray?
Bruce, you said there'll be a pedestrian bridge. Who's conditioned to build that?
My understanding that the pedestrian bridge is conditioned by this developer to put in. We do have Joe, our park planner, also on the line here, so he can clarify that for me as well. Joe, would you be able to speak to that?
Certainly, Bruce. Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Fantastic. Just to the east of this project, there is an existing rail car bridge that went to one of the old ranch homes that was on some of the vacant property that's to the east of this project. We're hoping when that vacant land develops in the near future, that rail car bridge can be utilized as a pedestrian crossing over the creek. So this particular project is not conditioned to build a bridge. There is an existing unutilized bridge just to the east, and the developer that we're actually talking to at the moment, who is likely coming with a project on the vacant land to the east, is aware that we're going to want to maintain that pedestrian bridge access, whether it's that bridge or whether they'll be conditioned to construct a new one. We don't know yet. We haven't had an engineer look at that existing bridge. So in any case, there will be a bridge there. It's not this developer's responsibility to do that, but the future developer of the vacant parcels to the east is aware that we're going to want that.
Thank you, Joe, for clarifying that.
So there, and I did see that there was a old bridge there. I wasn't aware of whether or not it was a sound bridge and whether or not it should be crossed or not. But that somebody, you said somebody would be building it. I was surprised when you said it would be this developer, because it's not within the area of where this one's currently building. And not sure, you know, I guess they would have to develop their land so that they would have an opening out to that bridge too. I mean, if they come in with plans that actually have backyards facing that, then that bridge may actually not come to fruition.
Councilmember Rary, I believe I can put you at ease on that one. The developer that is coming with some very preliminary plans at the moment for those vacant parcels is aware that we're going to want open space along the creek, similar to what is included with this project. That includes a trail and kind of a linear park along the creek. So we're not going to get homes backing right up to the creek or to this bridge with that project.
And the current, can you put up the picture of the plans for the park that the park that's going into this the current development that we're speaking of tonight?
I do not have the ability to do that at the moment. Perhaps Margaret is able to do that from the agenda packet.
I don't think that there is a trail going off to the back side of it. Is there?
The trail goes along the entire creek. So the entire creek frontage of the Seasons at Parkside project is going to have trail, a 10-foot wide trail going through the park parcel from east to west completely. And that will connect with the future project that will include a trail as well to the east.
Okay. I guess the reasoning, you know, one of the reasons why I brought it up is because it was named that because it has a view of the Sand Creek Trail across the creek, and not because it was going to be part of a future trail site. So it makes more sense now that that's not the way it was described. It is kind of a weird name for a park.
We would be happy with trail view as well. I think that's close enough to trail side. I don't think that the commission would have any issues with that. So if that's what the council would prefer, I think we'd be fine with that as well.
Fine with it.
Meyer is giving that, ooh, really?
Make a motion. Let's see what happens.
I'll make a motion to change the name to Trailview.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
No.
Councilmember Rary,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
No.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-2.
Well, you guys know we hardly ever are 3-2 or even 4-1. So tonight's a big night. We're usually 5-0.
Okay, we'll move into public hearings. Item D1, consideration of a resolution amending the fiscal year 2021-22 cost allocation plan and schedule of city fees update, mitigation fees implementing the East Contra Costa County Habitat Conservation Plan, Natural Community Conservation Plan, known as the HCP/NCCP, and repealing and replacing resolution number 2007-234, which adopted the HCP/NCCP fees as established in 2007. And Alexis and Eric Nolthenius will be presenting. Staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm going to share my screen here just real quick. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So this is a public hearing to consider amending the city's cost allocation plan for the purpose of updating the mitigation fees that implement the East Contra Costa County Habitat Conservation Plan, or HCP. So under the HCP, the county and other participating local agencies have been issued state and federal permits for impacts to endangered species and their habitats. By way of background, the HCP dates to December of 2006, when it was approved by the County Board of Supervisors. This was followed in February of 2007 by the formation of a joint powers authority known as the East Contra Costa County Habitat Conservancy. The Conservancy includes the county, as well as the cities of Brentwood, Clayton, Oakley, and Pittsburgh. Under the Joint Powers Authority, among other responsibilities, the Conservancy conducts periodic fee audits and refers the results to the counties and the participating cities. In October of 2007, the Board of Supervisors adopted an ordinance that established mitigation fees and procedures to implement the HCP within the county portion of the plan area. Two types of mitigation fees were established. The first is a development fee, which is calculated by multiplying the area of an affected site by the applicable fee rate, depending on what type of zone the site is located in. The second is a wetland mitigation fee, which is only applicable to project sites that have wetland, aquatic, or riparian areas within their boundaries. The Conservancy and the participating cities each separately adopted mitigation fees and procedures to implement the HCP. This was accomplished for Brentwood back in October and November of 2007. The HCP includes automatic annual adjustments to mitigation fees based on a series of economic indices, but it also requires periodic audits throughout the plan's implementation. Per the requirements of the HCP, the Conservancy hired an outside independent financial auditor to conduct the appropriate fee analysis in 2017. The fee update, which is based on that 2017 study, had been delayed for several years due to litigation between the Conservancy and a private third party. That litigation was settled in January of last year, which was followed by the Conservancy adopting the updated fee schedule last February. This triggered the need for the county and the participating cities to respectively adopt the updated fee schedule. The Board of Supervisors initiated this last August, and since then, the participating cities have each adopted their own fee updates. As shown on this table, The updated development fees generally reflect a 7 to 8% decrease from those that are currently charged, while the wetland fees have been both increased and decreased more significantly as a result of actual restoration project experience. Approval of this item will allow the city to collect updated mitigation fees consistent with previous action taken by the Conservancy and participating cities that will then be passed through to the Conservancy for the purposes of implementing the HCP. The cost of staff time to administer the city's ordinance is calculated in the cost allocation plan, and fees are collected on a per project basis. The proposed fee update will not impact the general fund or any other city funds. At this time, the recommendation is to adopt a resolution approving the fee update. Thank you very much, and I'll turn it back to the Mayor and Council for any questions.
Are there any questions of staff at this time? Seeing none, then at this time we will open public comment. Turn to you, Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'm showing no hands raised.
At this time, I need a motion to close public comment.
Make a motion to close public comment.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay. Is there any council discussion regarding this item? Okay. Well, seeing none, do I have a motion? I'm sorry, Margaret, do you need to read something before we call for a motion?
Not on this one.
Okay. Do I have a motion regarding this item?
As detailed in the staff report, adopt a resolution amending the current cost allocation plan and schedule of city fees to update habitat and community conservation plan fees.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. We'll move on to item D2. It pertains to a state-required policy regarding police equipment, and Captain Tim Herbert will be presenting on this item. Captain Herbert.
Okay. Can you hear me, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to share my screen here. Okay, it's not allowing me to do it. Hang on one second. Okay, for some reason it's not allowing me to share my screen.
It does appear that there is an image of some pretty highly technical police equipment showing right now, which is you.
Yeah, for some reason, Mayor, I am having technical difficulties here.
Would it benefit you?
Okay. Go ahead, Mayor.
Well, if you're ready, we can go ahead. If it would benefit you, we can go to another item and come back to you.
Oh, here we go. Perfect. Thank you, City Manager Ogden. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Tonight, before you is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood approving a City Police Department Policy 708 military equipment funding, acquisition, and use. California Assembly Bill 481 was enacted, presented by David Chu and approved by Governor Gavin Newsom in September 30th of 2021. The process was for us to adopt a city ordinance and a police department policy had to be put in progress by May 1st of 2022. This law requires the law enforcement agency's governing body to have a written policy by ordinance for the police department to acquire and use any military equipment, and the use of such policy continued for any of our existing policies. Next slide, Tim. So the Brentwood Police Department's Policy 708, Military Equipment Funding, Acquisition, and Use Policy, is written in accordance with AB 481, which is required by California Government Code 770, 771, and 7072 to provide guidelines for the approval, acquisition, and reporting requirements of our military funding or equipment. Next slide, Tim. So an overview of our policy: the Brentwood Police Department Military Equipment Policy addresses all of the aspects of AB 481. The definition of military equipment, who the coordinator and what their duties are, our current military equipment inventory, the approval by council of Policy 708, coordination with other law enforcement agencies, the annual reporting, and community engagement, which includes community concerns and complaints. Next slide. Examples of military equipment are UAVs, or unmanned aircrafts, otherwise known as drones, the MRAP vehicles, battering rams, slugs, weapons that are of 50 caliber or higher, specialized firearms, and flashbang diversionary devices, just to name a few. Next slide, Tim. So we started this process back in January, and through April, we worked with the city attorney's office to get the city ordinance written and the policy in place. On March 25th, a rough draft of the policy 708 was posted on the police department's website as required by AB 481. Tonight, we're before you for the first reading and public hearing of this ordinance. And then if approved tonight, we'll come back on May 10th for the final approval and inaction of the ordinance. Next slide. So tonight, our recommendation is to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance to adopt a military use policy required by AB 481. Next slide. And we'll take any questions. I have some staff here if you have any questions that need some subject matter expert answers.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Thanks for the report. Would the adoption of this policy in any way change usage, reporting, liability, any of those things?
It does have an annual reporting component, and we would have to seek approval prior to purchasing any of these items moving forward.
Approval from council and
from council.
Hearing?
Yep. And we will set up an annual meeting explaining what we've used them for and any purchasing for the upcoming year. So I think it'll be a smooth process. I don't think there'll be any hiccups. If something were to come up in the middle of the year prior to that annual report where we had to purchase something that is on this list, we would have to bring it in front of council to get the approval for that funding.
Okay. And did past council have to approve any of this equipment, or was that?
No, this law is new.
It's brand new.
Yes.
Okay. I think that's all. Thanks.
Any further clarifying questions of staff? Okay, at this time then, we will open public comments. I'll turn to you, Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do have 2 hands raised. I'll go ahead and share the speaker screen. And I'll call on Carolina Villaseca, followed by Ben Kellogg. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I get to go first again. Yeah, I just have some questions about the need for this equipment, which was kind of not mentioned. It's just that we should. It's on the list, and I get that. It's just concerning that we need military grade equipment in Brentwood, and with the drones, and then of course there comes a privacy issue where the drones are flying overhead, they're filming, and they're going across people's private property, and of course because of the nature of what needs to be done, there's no time to get permission to fly over people's property filming. So I have a question about that too. How, let's say you fly over my property looking for someone, what happens to that footage? How is it kept? How is it kept private? And how many people view it? And is it then deleted? Where is the undiluted footage then stored? And how is it used? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ben Kellogg. Mr. Kellogg, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. This is a great topic. Along with the first caller, I'm wondering why most of the reasons for upgraded equipment for the police department is we need to have better equipment than who we're going up against. When you get into the military grade stuff, I'm wondering why we need 50 cal equipment for the police department. Do we plan on having an insurgents? Do we planning on having Al Qaeda coming in? I mean, why do we need this stuff in the first place? It seems like I don't want to demean things, but it seems like this is just kind of toys for the police department. UAVs, sure, absolutely. We need reconnaissance when there's possible hostage situations, things like that. But up armored vehicles, 50 caliber weapons, things like that seems to be a little excessive. And I'm glad that we have some measures now where people have to be accountable. And if this stuff has to be ordered, then it does have to be approved. I'm not necessarily usually a big government type of person, having it be approved by city council, but I think it needs to be approved by someone. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no additional hands raised.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will close public comments and move into council discussion. Councilmember Meyer. I'm sorry. Before we do that, I apologize. If we could have staff answer, I think Ms. Vilseca had some.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah. Yes.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I believe this is a public hearing. If you could have a motion to close it versus just closing it yourself, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Again, thank you for the reminder. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing at this time?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, and now staff, if we could get a response to the question, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yes. Margaret, can you promote the chief so that he can speak? He's asked to answer the questions.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening. Yeah, some great questions, and this is always a concern. I think this is why the legislature passed some laws regarding that. I know some of the concerns our community has. You know, we don't want to see our police officers and military equipment out on our streets. It's a very, you know, bad thing to see when we're walking through airports and we see military officers in there. It just gives a feeling that we're being occupied by our military. So, you know, talking to our city manager and mayor, we've had talks in the past about some of those concerns. You know, we've talked about getting, you know, equipment in the past, and tank-like equipment was not going to, that was something we were not going to get. Now, some communities are using rescue vehicles that have a medical component to some of these scenes that we're seeing all over the country. Now, let's address the drones. We have a strict policy on the drones, and we are very cognizant of some of those civil rights issues and civil liberty issues that people are concerned about. We do have time limits that we have through policy in ours that we destroy that footage. When we're searching for someone, there is recording capabilities, but that is not shared with anyone. We have strict policy over that, and that policy is on our website currently. So you go to our PD website and pull our UAV policy up, and it'll explain all that. As far as why do we need this equipment, we have a full functioning SWAT team that's a collateral assignment on our department, and we use AR-15s, we use diversionary devices, we use battering rams, all that fall under the definition of that. We don't have a 50 caliber weapon. However, if we needed a 50 caliber weapon, it'd be nice to have one. Now, if you're talking, one of the callers had brought up Al-Qaeda or insurgencies. Well, that's not it. I guess if a movie theater is taken over by someone that is mentally deranged, or some of these scenes that we see throughout our country, I think you're going to want our fully equipped SWAT team to go in and do a hostage rescue. And I want to be ready. I look at it as a high paid insurance policy for the citizens of Brentwood. We have a very capable SWAT team that is equipped and very well trained right now. We do have relationships with our neighboring cities. We have a Central County SWAT team that we are in talks with, and we talk to regularly. We have relationships with our county SWAT team. That's a 30-person SWAT team that can come in and supplement. So I get the concerns from our residents. We have never been over judicious with our use of force at the Brentwood Police Department. However, I want to make sure that if something goes down, God forbid, in our city, that we're prepared to respond to that appropriately and take and save our citizens in the event that something bad is happening. There is bad people in this world. We're seeing more of it as we go. And I've always appreciated the support of our council and our community to have the trust in us that we won't go overboard on this and become a police state or a militarized police department. We are very cognizant of the optics that looks like and how that makes some people in our communities feel. But this law was passed so that departments don't acquire all this equipment from the military in our communities, and our city councils don't know what police departments are getting. It's a good law. It's just something that will come in and report every year. But again, I'm open to anybody that wants to call me and sit down and have a cup of coffee and talk about this, because I'm very proud of our SWAT team. I'm proud of our community, and our council who supports us. And we will answer any question that you have. I hope that answers that, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you, Chief. First, I just want to say I think that the police reform measures that we've seen in recent years have been really good ones. I think the police chiefs that I've spoken to in previous positions have all been in support of the accountability that comes from making sure that everyone's doing what needs to be done and only what needs to be done. I don't believe we're getting pushback on that. But I would like to have clarification that, is this a request to purchase what is classified as military equipment, or is this a reclassification of what is already within the department?
Yes, we are currently asking to be approved to use the equipment we currently have. So
nothing changes with that. It's just classified now as military where it wasn't before.
Correct. Yes, they threw a lot of information into this bill that required a lot of the equipment we use on a daily basis to be put into this bill and classified as military equipment, which then required us to come before you for approval. So the equipment that is on this list that we're asking for approval for tonight is equipment we currently have. And there's a request in there for some replacement rifles that fall under this also to be purchased in the upcoming fiscal year.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Councilmember Mendoza.
I understand how some people, I did get a couple of calls about this, and some people are concerned. And I just want to say, we've had this equipment. You've never seen it. I think there was one time on Grant, and I don't even think it was our police department. It might have been other police departments that came in and helped. That, it looked a little different, but it's on hand if we need it. And I think the transparency that we have now is great. So if you're wondering what they have, it's all of the information available to anyone who's wondering. So I understand the people that are a little upset about it. I get it. But as long as I've been in Brentwood, I've never seen a police officer misuse any equipment, or I think I've heard one complaint about police officers one time when I was sitting in a council meeting, and that was it. So I'm not concerned about them misusing the equipment because they've had it. If they wanted that. So I'm not sure if people out there are concerned, you can call the chief. He's always open to sit down and talk to you. When he says it, he means it. If you have concerns, he will be the first person to listen to your concerns. And if there's something he needs to address, he will address it. And I trust him 100% in that regard. So that was it.
Councilmember Rarick.
And I would have to agree with what has been said. I think it's important that we provide our officers with the tools that are necessary to do the job that needs to be done. And by hog tying them and not giving them those could cause further harm in our community, such as what the chief had said. If there was a hostage situation at the theater downtown, we want to make sure that our SWAT officers have the tools that they need to be able to do the job that they were brought in to do. Some of these were the flashbangs that were listed under the underneath the weapons that are considered military grade. But so I think the public now knows that what we have, and so they are aware of that. And again, we need to make sure that our officers have the tools they need in order to do the job.
And one last thing, this isn't about buying stuff right now. This is about a bill that passed for transparency. So what we're doing tonight is actually a really good thing for transparency. And any time that the police department wants to buy equipment, they come to council. Before I was in council, I remember them coming to council and asking for equipment. I remember the drones. So they're always transparent. And if you have feedback on what they're buying, please show up when that comes up on the agenda item and provide your feedback. But this today is a good thing. It's all about transparency.
I also agree. Having the opportunity as one of our chaplains to spend a good bit of time with our men and women here, there have been incidents over the last 18 years since I've been around on scenes that the equipment that the officers were able to have immediately prevented the loss of life from police. It protected our residents and even the perpetrator, because they had the proper equipment for the job at that moment. They were able to keep from having to injure or kill someone because they had the proper equipment to keep that person safe as well. And so again, this is the same equipment. I agree with what all the other council members have said, and I want to make sure our residents are safe, because our residents include us and our families. And I want to make sure that when we call 911, God forbid that moment comes, that our department is prepared for that moment and doesn't have to resort to waiting for help. And so I appreciate everything that our department does and the comments from council. Is there any further comment regarding this, or do we have a motion?
Make a motion as detailed in the staff report. Introduce and waive first reading of an ordinance adopting a military use policy per AB 481.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
The clerk needs to read the ordinance.
Thank you.
I'll read the title. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood approving Brentwood Police Department Policy 708, military equipment funding, acquisition, and use. And now I'll do a roll call. Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Now we'll move into business items. Item E1 pertains to affordable housing inclusionary obligations, in lieu fees, HOA dues, and state density bonus requirements. And Sylvia Elias will present on this item. Sylvia.
Sylvia, are you on mute?
Hi, there we go. Sorry about that. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay, can everyone see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. At the March 22nd City Council meeting, the City Council directed staff to continue the discussion regarding the potential amendment to the city's affordable housing ordinance and provide additional information as it pertains to the ordinance. After providing a brief recap on the city's affordable housing program and potential amendment to the affordable housing ordinance, I will provide additional information as requested. Following, Alexis will provide the additional information requested regarding the density bonus and the density bonus requirement based on affordability. Barb Cox from Goldfarb and Lippman is also in attendance to answer questions that the City Council may have. At the March 22nd meeting, the City Council was presented information regarding the affordable housing ordinance, and staff requested direction on the potential amendment to the affordable housing ordinance. Whether to increase the affordability percentage requirement of 10% and by how much, whether to conduct an economic feasibility study to support an increase in the affordability percentage requirement above 15%, whether to remove the in lieu fee option for ownership units, whether to modify the in lieu fee option for rental units, and whether to assist the affordable homeowners in paying HOA fees increases either through city funds and/or developer contributions. At the same meeting, the City Council requested additional information. Allowed use of the Rental Housing Trust Fund, possible use of the general fund for the Affordable Housing Program, options for requiring on-site and off-site units as an alternative to paying in lieu fees for ownership and rental developments, and examples of alternatives for rental projects other than in lieu fees, clarify density bonus requirements based on affordability percentage and provide examples, and clarify effects of rounding on density bonus calculations. The Rental Trust Fund deposits the net rental income from all rental units dedicated into the city's affordable rental housing program. Funds may be used for the purchase, construction, repair of city affordable rental units, and for the administrative costs directly related to the management and administration of the affordable rental housing program. Should the City Council decide to remove the Affordable Housing in lieu fee option, the Affordable Housing in lieu fee fund would lose its funding source and have funds available through approximately 2028 for its current programs. The general fund would then be responsible for the administration and program costs of over $700,000 per year. This slide shows the affordable housing budgeted expenses for year 2021-22. The current ordinance allows the developer the following alternatives to paying in lieu fees. For rental projects, the developer may propose an alternative equivalent such as the conversion of existing market rate units into the city's affordable rental housing program. The developer of a rental project does not have the option to pay in lieu fees as an alternative. AB 1505 requires that cities provide two alternative means of compliance for rental housing projects. Many cities include in lieu fees as an alternative to constructing affordable rental units. However, Brentwood's current affordable housing ordinance specifically excludes the payment of in lieu fees as an alternative. As shown in the previous slide, the developer would choose among the remaining four options. Shown are examples of other cities' alternatives for affordable rental projects. Alexis will now provide more information regarding the density bonus requirement.
Thank you, Sylvia. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I have the next few slides in which I will review and go over some additional information related to density bonus based on the conversation in our March 22nd meeting, At that meeting, Council raised questions regarding the manner in which density bonuses are calculated. Several different percentages were discussed in that meeting in different contexts, which created some confusion about how are triggered and apply. So this table provides some clarifying information about how our current ordinance relates to the state density bonus thresholds, as well as potential increases in our affordable requirement could relate to the density bonus thresholds. So the state's bonus looks at three income categories: very low income, and moderate income. The law also uses another term, lower income, which can lead to some confusion. Lower income includes both low and very low income categories. So you'll see on the table here, we've provided an indication of lower on the left-hand side and did a subtotal for that lower income category. Lower income does not include the moderate income category. That is a category all in its own. So our current ordinance with its 10% requirement does not trigger state density bonus thresholds. So what does this mean for a potential increase in affordable housing relative to the state density bonus requirements? The very low income requirement today is 3%, which is beneath the state's 5% threshold. And the sum of the very low and low requirements today totals only 7%, which is beneath the 10% minimum. The city's existing moderate income ownership requirement of 3% is less than 10% required to qualify for the density bonus. It is important to notice, however, that our inclusionary requirements for the rental projects are 5% for very low income and 5% for low income, which does meet the state's density bonus threshold. So as you'll see, this table indicates the percentages for ownership projects. So in terms of opportunities for increasing the city's inclusionary requirements for ownership projects, this table shows 4 options to increase the affordability requirements up to 15%. These are not the only options, but they are just providing examples of how the city could increase its requirement and how that would relate to those state density bonus thresholds. So as you see, these 4 options, which again aren't the only options, add up to 15%, and none of the individual percentages are meeting state density bonus thresholds, but they would still result in an increase in affordable housing requirements for the city. Next slide, Sylvia. So this table just reminds us what the density bonus projects are eligible for based on their affordability level. So again, the low and very low income categories can be considered lower income, and they have their own thresholds. The moderate income category, which is not included in the lower income categories, is eligible for a much smaller density bonus than the other income categories. It's important to note that density bonuses are allowed under state law, and any project can request a density bonus regardless of what our affordable housing program requires. Next slide, please. And so there were some questions on the March 22nd meeting. Sorry, I know I keep saying 26th. The March 22nd meeting about how rounding or fractions of numbers do or don't count towards density bonuses. So this is an example of a 16-unit project with a 5% very low proposed affordability, which would then trigger a density bonus of 20%. State law and our density bonus ordinance requires fractions of units to be rounded up to the next whole number. So the math equals 3.2 units in this density bonus project, which would mean they are eligible under state law and our ordinance for 4 units, a 4-unit increase. And that concludes the additional information about density bonuses. And I'll turn it back to Sylvia.
So this concludes the presentation. Staff would like to answer any questions, then ask the City Council for the recommendations and direction regarding the Affordable Housing Ordinance. Barb Cox from Go Farm and Lippman is also in attendance to answer questions. The City Council may select to act on all or some of the items presented. Thank you.
Councilmember Rary.
Doesn't our ordinance state that anything under, let's say it was 3.4, then they would round it down to 3? If it was 3.5 and above, then they would round it up to 4.
Yeah, so that is our affordable housing ordinance. We have a separate ordinance for density bonus, which uses a different calculation in terms of rounding fractions and numbers. So you are correct that the affordable housing ordinance has anything less than 0.5 is rounded down, and anything more than 0.5 or more is rounded up. Our density bonus ordinance is separate.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Are there any further clarifying questions of staff at this time? Seeing none, at this time, then we will open public comment.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do have one hand raised. I'll go ahead and share my screen. I'll call on Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to make a brief comment. I just want to thank the City Council for considering this. I think it's so important that affordable housing be in neighborhoods. I think the right model, and I've heard Councilmember Rodriguez talk about this too, is that people that need help should be living in the same neighborhoods with people who don't. I don't think that people should be made to feel less than because they need affordable housing. I just think they need affordable housing, and they should be living with the rest of us. I don't believe in, trying to make, low rent neighborhoods where everybody is affordable and you create that classist kind of structure. And so I think that this is a good program that you're considering, and I really appreciate the City Council doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Yes, and I also would like to piggyback off what Rod said. This program is very important for the same reasons that he stated. It is really important, for example, when we hit something like COVID, right, and people lose their jobs, and as a neighbor, you know that this person has lost their job, that you are able to help them, bring them food, watch their kids so they can go out and find another job. And you can only do that. I'm trying to figure out a way to say this. I'll just say it. It's the have-nots are with the haves. We all have, and we can all give. And we in Brentwood are very willing to help each other. But for example, as I've mentioned before, when it comes time to trick or treat, right? As parents, you want your kids to go and have fun. You're not going to take them to an area where your bias might lead you to believe that this is an unsafe neighborhood. That may be completely untrue, but that's the perception. So this is very important. And second, the amount of detail in that report was excellent. And had that portion been in the original report, we could probably have got this done a lot faster. I think it's really important from the outside looking in that when city staff presents reports that have to do with calculations or monies that need to be spent, that a complete financial reporting be attached to the deck so that City Council can then look through it and be prepared with fewer questions so that meetings don't last until 1 a.m. I think I used to be a project manager. My projects were $20 million plus for one project across 13 departments. I will tell you, my boss never, ever, ever let me present unless he was completely certain that all the questions would be answered before I walked in the room and presented to the executive VPs. I know that City Council is a little different. It's not, tens of billions of dollars, but I think to expedite things and use people's time more wisely, more complete information needs to be included. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments, move into council discussion. Councilmember Mendoza.
I'm excited we're talking about this. I'm a big proponent of affordable housing. I think you've heard me, I believe wholeheartedly in inclusionary housing. I think that that's the best way to go about it, in my opinion. So when I'm looking at the percentages, and one of the things, thank you, Sylvia, for sending that information today. I was curious as to what the need looked like in our community. So I said, when we opened it up last time, which was not that long ago, what was the percentages of applications per category? And 58% were very low. I'm sorry, 58 of them. So 40% very low, 47% low, and then 12% moderate. So that was interesting to see. I would have thought that it was going to skew more to very low, but it looks like that. We always talk about, if you're, listen to like economists, it's that middle category that misses out a lot. And even in this bucket, it's that middle category that seems to have the most need. When I look at the percentages, I'm not sure I want to go all the way to 15 yet. We're at 10 and my gut is telling me somewhere around 12. And I was wondering, Alexis, if you were to put, I know we have options 1, option 2, option 3, option 4, but if we were to go 3, 6, and 6 to 12, because I kind of want to go higher, and we've talked about this. Very low income gets a lot of state funding, so we know that there's opportunity for that to be completed with other funds. So if we just held, if we kind of push our developers to help us out with the low, we would be helping the people in our community that have the most need, it sounds like. Are those percentages that would keep us in line and not out of whack, the 3, 6, 6?
Yes, it would keep us in line. And, just to reiterate, those 4 numbers were just examples. There's many ways that you could break this down, and 366 is one way that would keep us in line, increase our percentages in the areas of most need, as you described.
And then, and just for the council, the reason I'm thinking about stepping it up is because we don't know what state laws are going to happen over. I mean, there's a lot of stuff on the table even this year. So stepping it up and making sure we're not kind of messing anything up, I think might be a good way to go about it. But I would be excited to, they can get the developer can get state funding to help with that very low, because they say it doesn't pencil out. And then, we encourage that low to help the people who we're getting the most applications from. I think would make me happy, but I don't know how you guys feel about it.
Councilmember Rarick.
Can staff put up where the density bonus kicks in? That chart.
Are you able to see my screen?
No.
No? I apologize. I think I need some help with this.
I have the staff report up. I can show that page. Are you speaking of table 3, Councilmember Rary?
I'm assuming that's it.
Okay.
I don't have it in front of me.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, that's it. So if we go 3, 6, and 6, my concern is they only need one more to, doesn't matter whether they do it at the low or very low, in order to hit that density bonus threshold of 10%. Which then, or no, not this one, the one that actually says how the percentages. So.
This one?
Yes, that one. So that would, all they need is 1% in order to go to a 20% increase.
So if it were 3% very low, they would need another 2% bump to get.
But if they had 10 in
yes,
the
under the
category,
yes, the lower.
In the lower category, all they would have to do is hit one more percentage, right?
Yes, and again, this is for ownership that we're discussing. Yes.
Okay, for ownership. So if we were to do it at the 3, or 3, 6, and 6, they would only need to add one more, and they get 1 more percent of an affordable units, and they get a density bonus of 20%. So, which is concerning to me. Whereas if we kept the same things that we have and do 3% very low, 4% low, and went to 8% moderate, even if they got to 10% moderate, they'd still only get a 5% increase. Or even just do 6% moderate. You know, just, I guess I don't want to see the 20% increase, which will happen. You know, they're going to say, oh, well, I'll throw another unit in there, you know, and there it goes. So the other thing that we haven't talked about is HOA and how we would like to handle HOA fees. What can we do to have developers pay for the HOA fees, and how long can that happen for? So are we talking about for the first 5 years, you know, if we were to do the HOA fees through developer funds?
Yes, thank you. So for the HOA fees, I believe we would have a couple options to have those developer funded, but we would have to do more research on how to set up that program. And I think Barb Katz might be able to address how we could address it specifically just to HOA increases, right? Is what we had described in our original report. So there are ways to set up these programs, but I think we'd have to do a lot more research to see what our leeway is. Is it in perpetuity, like you said, or is it 5 years or 10 years? It's something that we would need to do a lot more research in, because it's not that common, to be honest, for jurisdictions to address or subsidize, for want of a better term, HOA fee increases. So we'd have to do a little more research on that program. Barb, I don't know if you have any insights to add on what other communities are doing in terms of helping folks with HOA dues. And you're on mute.
I feel like I should have a t-shirt saying I'm on mute. Sorry. I've seen jurisdictions do it in 2 ways. The more common way, frankly, is that the owner can't pay the fees and comes pleading to the city, which then may use some of its affordable housing funds to assist the homeowner. And those pleas are really the reason that cities are looking for a more permanent solution. The other requirement I've seen, which I think, as Alexis says, would need more research, is to require the developer to place some funds into the homeowners association, which would be reserved for an owner in one of the affordable units who could not pay the HOA dues. It would basically be like a reserve fund in the HOA, which could not be spent on some other purpose. And I'm aware of a couple of cities that require that, but I'm not sure any have actually implemented it. And the difficulty, of course, is figuring out what the amount of that reserve should be. I think it would require some research by one of the economics firms about how much HOA fees, typically increase. Because the idea would be that those monies would remain in reserve and would collect interest over time. So hopefully over time should be large enough to pay any assessments or increases in HOA fees that a low-income homeowner might not be able to pay. And of course, some of the homeowners' incomes will go up so that, they may not be low income permanently. But anyway, those are the two methods that I've seen.
Okay, I don't see how that's feasible. I don't think there's, based on interest rates that are out there, I don't think that unless they're going to put a heck of a lot of money into the reserve, which I'm sorry, I didn't trust an HOA and its reserve, and including their interest on that to pay it down. That I just don't know how, these are what, 55-year loans? They have, or is it 45-year loans, restricted loans?
Usually the resale restrictions remain for 45 years, yes.
Yeah, so I just don't see, 45 years worth of HOA payments coming in from anywhere.
Yeah. I mean, the only, it would be interesting if somebody would actually do a study of the issue. It's an issue that we know occurs, but I don't know if anyone has actually ever, examined it to see how often, what percentage of homeowners are affected. Anyway, yeah, so I think, so as you say, sort of the first alternative, which is either that the city sets up a program where someone could apply to the city for assistance in paying HOA dues.
And I don't know that the city will have that kind of fund.
You're right. So it's not. The other option I've seen, which is a little bit different, is that the units are actually, in fact, purchased by a nonprofit or nonprofit. The density bonus statute was just amended to allow the units to be allow for sale units to be purchased by a nonprofit, which then rents the units to the low-income households. Kind of with the idea that, of course, the nonprofit would need to pay HOA dues, but presumably they would have more resources to do that. So that I've seen that proposed in some projects.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I am also very excited to be having this conversation and moving forward on our inclusionary housing percentage increase. I like the idea of the 366 based on very specific need to our city and our residents and our community. I get the concerns about the density bonuses, but again, we're talking about something that our community has shown as a need. The people that are living in Brentwood in that classification need our help. So density bonuses are going to be triggered for a lot of different reasons, as much as people can do it. But I think this would take care of what we need to do for our residents specifically. Of course, the more inclusionary you go, the more potential there is for some kind of an HOA support system, unless you consider HOA neighborhoods to be exempt from some kind of an inclusionary housing, which doesn't really make sense. So I'm not sure how we would do that, although if the reserve fund were feasible, it sounds good on paper, but I can't really see how it's that feasible. But I do like the idea of 366 going to 15% total. I think while we're concerned about the density bonuses, I think it's the right thing to do for our community specifically. And it's something that we can have some control over in that area. That's all I have for now. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, guys. I'm not feeling too good tonight. In saying that, so if somebody could answer, anything that we go above 10% is going to trigger the density bonus, and for sure the 15% will do that, right? Am I correct on that?
Anything above 10% in the lower income categories would trigger a density bonus?
Yes, it will.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, then the second part is anything above 10% in the moderate would also trigger a density bonus.
Okay. Oh, man. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I have a question. before I call on Councilmember Mendoza, is it possible to address the HOA situation that in the projects that come in with a number of units that would be below say 4 or 5 units, if there are any like that, that might still, we could still apply an in lieu fee to these for potential projects that would be too small to qualify for the other density bonuses thresholds.
So make sure I understand the question is, could we apply in lieu fees to HOA dues increases?
Correct.
I think the answer is yes. We could do more research on how we could set aside some of our fees that we collect for the purposes of benefiting lower income folks who are subject to HOA increases. I think we'd have to probably come up with a policy and some criteria and a process, so it's clear to the public and anyone asking how that would be administered.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
When it comes to people apply for this program and someone reviews all their financials, is one of the inputs to that HOA fees? Like, don't we have to make sure that they can pay for HOA fees, right? Like, you don't qualify to buy it if your debt to income isn't working, right? Like, if we know they can't afford it, would they ever qualify anyway?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is not the initial price, because the initial price for the unit takes into account the HOA fees and basically lowers the price, you know, by the amount of the HOA fees, right? Because the amount that the person can pay each month is fixed. The difficulty comes in that the HOA fees often increase by, you know, greater than inflation or more than people's incomes are increasing. So initially the person should not have a problem paying the HOA fees. It's only if those fees increase substantially or if there's a special assessment.
Are you seeing that in other cities that's happening and causing issues?
Yes, that has happened. Interestingly, the way I mentioned that the state law was amended to allow nonprofits to buy the units under certain circumstances rather than selling them directly to the home buyer. But the way that statute is set up, it's really geared toward a Habitat for Humanity model, which is actually a very successful model for getting lower income households into for sale housing. Habitat provides zero interest loans, you know, and actually provides a lot of ongoing support for home buyers. So that might be another option worth, you know, exploring, that the city might want to explore, is talking to Habitat or to a Habitat-like nonprofit, because the way the state law is written, it sort of demands a Habitat type program. Anyway, okay. That's another option.
Yeah. I have 2 questions, but I'm gonna ask Alexis real quick. When you look at the applications that you have before the city right now, are any of them, do we get a lot that are HOA applications?
No, Sylvie, if you can quantify a little bit more, but no, we don't have a lot of HOAs in Brentwood. Sylvia, is there something more precise you could provide?
We've had a couple in Lud.
Yeah.
We've had a couple.
I'm saying, like, right now with what she has, like what we have becoming for us, is this really an issue, or is it kind of like, do we think it's not going to be an issue? You know, I mean, if we don't have any applications in front of us or that we think might be HOA, like, are we beating a dead horse kind of thing?
Well, I think going forward, Brentwood's housing projects are going to be smaller than they have in the past. And whether or not they have common area facilities that would even need an HOA to maintain, probably not. There may be, you know, some communities that want to be gated and have an HOA, and that's fine. But it's not the majority that we see. There are HOAs in Brentwood today. we'll probably get a couple of projects moving forward that want an HOA, but I don't think they will all have one, right?
Okay.
So it's just a matter of degree. I guess if you're the person who lives there and you're on a fixed income, it matters to you if your HOA dues go up significantly. But in terms of the scale of the overall program, it's probably not a huge percentage of the participants going forward.
Yeah. Okay. And my other question, because now I'm concerned that you mentioned that nonprofits can buy houses. And so the nonprofit, I guess for my goal for this is for lower income people to have home ownership. But are the nonprofits buying the houses, renting them out, and then turning them 40 years down the road to make a profit? And then
in some cases, in some cases that's done. So that's maybe not a good model. You know, it kind of depends. Yeah. It depends if it's a true nonprofit or, you know, there are what we call 9-host nonprofits in name only.
Yeah.
So it would depend about whether it's a true nonprofit or not. The Habitat model, though, actually sells the units in some form to the home buyers, you know, who then get equity.
Does the city have the discretion? Can we say we want families or, you know, individuals buying these versus nonprofit? Or, I mean, that might not be tonight's question, but I mean, it's now I'm thinking like these percentages, are we setting them up to be purchased by these nonprofits, or can we make it sure that they're families?
You could, or households. Yeah, you can require that they be bought by households. I think the one case where it might not be possible is that, as I mentioned, the density bonus law was modified again, but that only allows a habitat type entity to buy the homes, you know, and requires very specific agreements with the home buyers.
Okay.
So that would be the one case where you might not have that control, but the city could definitely say that it wants the units sold to individual home buyers.
Okay. And yeah. Councilman Rary, I had a question for you. What were your percentages you were looking for at? You're on mute. Sorry.
I was looking at the 3% very low, 4% low, and moderate 8%. Because that still leaves us at 7% for the lower category.
How would you feel about 3 and 5?
Well, and I was going to suggest maybe going 3, 5, 7. I mean, that 1%, if they have units, that's one house that they have to build, and they get 20% more. So they get 20 more units on 100 unit thing by building one extra.
Yeah. And that 20% extra, like if I have 100 houses and I have to build 20, I get 20% density bonus. Is that 20%? Do they have to build the affordable housing in that 20, or is that 20 outside of the requirement for affordable housing in the calculation?
The 20, let's say.
So it's 100 unit, they trigger it. So now there's 120.
Right. So to qualify for the 120 units, it only applies to the 100 units, right? So they only need to provide 10 lower income units in order to get a 20 unit bonus.
See, if they really cared about affordable housing, you would think they would do it on the whole thing. Assembly people.
But most of them don't want to do it. I mean, they don't. It doesn't pencil out for them. So if they have to build one extra affordable house to get 20, they're gonna up that 1%, and you know that they're gonna do it.
So I mean, I'm thinking, what did we say? 3, 5, and 7. How does that? I mean, I don't know how.
That's still 2% to build 2 houses to get 20. I mean, and at 3%, you know.
It's a compromise.
I know. It's just we need affordable housing. You know, it's like I know we need it, so it's like our residents keep saying they want it, and I mean, but they also say no rezone, right? Like we're like stuck in this. I'm sandwiched in between no rezone and affordable housing.
And we're handing them rezones with this density bonus by doing it at 9% for the lower. And possibly 8% for the lower.
But if I'm putting the, if we leave the 3% for the lower and I'm putting the 5% in the low, they might not want to, I mean, it's just, because it's 10% total. I don't know.
Yeah.
Got a question for staff quickly. When we're talking about these bonuses, will these also apply as far as, say, for example, the Palmer ruling that has changed things now so that we can apply requirements on apartments as well for low income numbers? Is that something we can add into this process as well at this time, or is that something later?
We already have it. We already have it in our affordable housing.
Yeah, so we, I'm sorry, Councilmember Ray. I just wanted to clarify, we have two standards, one for ownership projects. So we have inclusionary percentages of up to 10% for ownership, and then we have up to 10% for rental. So we already have two different requirements in our current ordinance. The numbers that we've been talking about, the 3, 5, and 7, or the 3, 4, 8, we're referring to the ownership requirements. Our ordinance for rental is 5% very low and 5% low today.
Okay, thank you. That answered my question.
But that was also due to, where was your comments on, because I asked about that.
For the moderate?
Back when we did this in, 2019, that staff said the state, that there was no real difference between the moderate and at market rate. And that was why we did it both at the low and very low. And I don't know that that still exists. Because now we've triggered the density bonus, having it at 5 and 5. So I would say doing that, whatever we do on the ownership, to do the same on the rental side. Otherwise, they get 20% more apartments. And our apartments, I mean, we just did a 300 unit. So that's 60 more units that they would get.
So I think it's important to flag, or just to caution, that the density bonus is state law. So if a developer wants to do a density bonus project, they will propose one regardless of our ordinance. You're right that as we get closer to those percentages, it makes it easier or more appealing to pursue a density bonus. There are still developers who aren't interested in affordable housing, who that's not their skill set or expertise, and will not propose to build it unless we require them to be frank, right? But there are other developers who are very experienced in density bonus and may propose it no matter what our ordinance says. So the percentage we use absolutely do matter, but the bottom line is providing affordable housing for our residents, and being mindful of all the other state requirements that can come into play when we do that. But we're never going to prevent someone from moving forward with a density bonus project if they have it in mind to do so.
Councilmember Rare.
The other question I had was regarding the HOA. Now, something was said today that I found interesting, because we had a couple projects come through LUD when I was on it with Mayor Bryant, and there was no talk that the HOA fee could reduce their actual mortgage, their monthly mortgage, by that HOA fee. It was always the assumption that they paid whatever the going rate was, plus the HOA fee. So you're saying now that the HOA fee would reduce the amount of the mortgage due on that unit? And when did that take place?
Well, the state has a series of regulations about how to calculate sales price. And they basically say, you know, it's for a lower income person, it's 30% of 70%. Their monthly payment is 30% of 70% of median income, you know, divided by 12. So you have some kind of a fixed monthly payment that the person has to pay. And that amount includes property taxes, homeowners fees, and the mortgage. It's supposed to include it's supposed to include utilities. It's supposed to include a reasonable amount for upkeep. Anyway, so it's supposed to include all the kind of costs, all the costs of homeownership in that.
Utilities are included in that?
That's what the state law says.
Okay.
Now, cities sometimes with their inclusionary ordinances don't always include utilities, but it certainly includes homeowners' dues. Anyway, it includes, you know, private mortgage insurance if somebody's paying less than 20% down. Anyway, so it's supposed to include all those costs so that the person isn't paying more than 30% of 70% of median.
Okay. That I wasn't aware of. Interesting. Okay.
I mean, it results in quite low, you know, in condos, it results in quite low initial costs.
So, Councilman
interest doesn't really, or their principal and interest payments don't really reduce the mortgage amount by much if they got all those other things baked into that.
So, the sales price for the city's inclusionary, the sales price for the affordable units, we have a affordability model that does include not only a percentage of, say, 30% of 50% of AMI. It also factors in the utility allowance, district taxes, HOA dues, property taxes, insurance, property insurance, to go ahead and also what they're able to go ahead and put down, the buyer is able to put down as down payment to come to the sales price.
Mm-hmm. So their utilities are paid for out of that as well, huh? Is that
they're factored in?
Utilities or PG&E?
It's what the utilities is PG&E and also water.
And but doesn't include garbage.
No, it does include more. It
does.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It does include PG&E, water, and garbage and sewer.
Okay, so I guess I'm just, during those meetings, one of the arguments that the developers had was that they couldn't afford, if they're getting an affordable house, they couldn't afford to buy the HOA or pay the HOA fees in these. And so they wanted in lieu fees because whoever was buying their homes couldn't afford to pay HOA. And they weren't, whatever staff was in the meeting did not dissuade or did not tell us, no, that's included in the price.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, it sounds like what the city does is exactly consistent with state law. Yeah.
Sorry, I now have another question. So when the last affordable units we did, we allowed for a duplex because we were told like, oh, they can't afford the maintenance and they can't afford this and all. So now I'm thinking going forward, you have to build the actual house because all of this is factored in so any development we get, I am not going to lean towards duplexes anymore. Like all of these dollars are taken into consideration for the house. So you get the same house in the neighborhood, which is good to know. Cause yeah, I believe like when they were like, oh, they can't afford this. And I'm like, oh yeah, maybe they're right. But it's all calculated. So I just got sold a bill of goods. Like we were sold a bill of goods and we shouldn't have bought into it. But I'm glad we're having this conversation with Barbara and Alexis and Sylvia. Because I think that we have some development. I mean, again, we don't have that much development left, but now knowing that, and the other thing, Councilmember Rary, is I think now knowing that these percentages, they're not going to want to build one more to get 20. Or they're not, I mean, because every single affordable house is going to be more expensive than what I was thinking, like the duets. Because now I'm not going to let you do a duet. I want you to build a true home in a neighborhood that's just like all the others. So now the math is different for me in my head.
They don't have to build it. They can build a smaller model as long as it looks like the same. So they don't have to build it to the same specification as the others.
So that it doesn't have to be the same average lot size and the same average house size? Mm-mm. So what's the minimum standard that they can build then? Because that, I mean, to me, that comes into play when I'm looking at these percentages.
So if I could jump in for just 1 minute, council member, our existing affordable housing ordinance does allow for duets to satisfy the affordable housing requirement. And part of the rationale for that was some consistency as to massing and size of that affordable unit, because they can be somewhat smaller than the market rate units in the same neighborhood. And so to avoid a circumstance in which you have, a neighborhood full of market rate homes that are all fairly large and have a fairly imposing facade and appearance, and then you have a very obvious standalone, very small or smaller affordable unit, duets were allowed to bulk up that mass and give a similar appearance to the rest of the homes in the neighborhood to integrate them into the development.
What I'm hearing that is you are poor, therefore you have to have a shared wall. Where I'm thinking you are poor, you still get a single family house. Which it might be smaller. It doesn't matter if it's smaller to me, but if we want to treat them all, like we want to treat people the same, regardless of socioeconomics in this point, then it should be, if it's a single family neighborhood, that developer should have to build a single family home. And if it's smaller, but the facades all match, I mean, it's not like they're going to do a totally different architectural thing because that wouldn't pass design review, then we should give them a single family house. I don't know. That's just what I'm thinking now, but I don't know if we decide that tonight or at a different point.
That's Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, I'm just, if someone from the city, I mean, I know that we're going to be giving direction and guidance in regards to what we think would be good. But you as a city, what do you guys see as beneficial to not only our community, to our community, our affordable housing community, but also to the city itself? So I'm just wondering, what's the input that you guys can give us, what you guys think would be sufficient? And I think it's 10%. I'm not sure, but if somebody could explain that to me.
What staff feels is sufficient in terms of a percentage requirement for affordable housing?
Yes. I mean, I know that obviously you guys have done this a lot longer than we have, or at least longer than me. And obviously we could have a lot of good input, which I think we have. I just like to see what do you guys think would be sufficient?
Well, I think sufficient is hard to define because there's different goals or criteria we have as a city, right? One is we have a regional housing needs allocation and obligation that we have to report on 1 year. That's one criteria for what is sufficient. We have residents who are in need, and in the San Francisco Bay Area, that is a large percentage of people. And so what is sufficient from their perspective may be much higher than 15, 20, 25% because of the situation we're in with the market, right? And so, you know, I think it really is a policy decision. 10% is good. 10% is better than 0. 15% is better than 10% in terms of providing affordable housing to this community.
Yeah, when I'm looking at the active residential projects and I see, you know, the 2%, I mean, we've come a long way, right? It's just really sad, I mean, being able to see that. But I know that, you know, a few years ago we were working on this and we got it up to at least 10%, you know, so we've come a long way. But obviously I agree with Councilmember Mendoza in the sense that we still need more affordable housing, but also are we prepared to, you know, there's going to be a price to that, right, when it comes to density and things like that. So yeah, okay, yeah, I just wanted to see what you guys thought. I know we're giving a lot of input and direction, and well, not really direction, but a lot of input, and just want to see what you got as our staff. You know, what do you guys recommend in a way? Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Meyer.
We go back to, we could be discussing this all night, and hopefully we can consolidate all of our ideas together. But I did want to clarify how much control you could have over whether development had duets or a smaller single family home.
So we do have control in the way our ordinance is written today. There are options. Duet is one option. A detached single family home is another option. Those are all things that get incorporated into the affordable housing agreement that council must approve for these projects. So we do have discretion over whether it's a duet or not. And, you know, some of that may depend on the nature of the project and the lot sizes. There's a lot that can play into what type of unit council finds acceptable to meet those affordable requirements. We have done duets in the past. Doesn't mean that's the only way to do it.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I forgot what I was going to say.
Councilmember Rarick.
Do you have the chart that shows, based on our RENA projections and the amount of housing that we have left, what our percentages are, what 10% would get us, what 15%, what 20% will get us towards meeting our RENA obligations? I know we had that chart. I'm trying to find it in our packet, but I'm not finding it in our packet.
Was it the information that was in the March 22nd presentation?
Probably.
Let me see if I can go ahead and find that.
Because I think that will help council make some decisions on how we're going to meet our RENA numbers.
I have the RENA table, but I don't
realize that, you know, like 641 of those of the 1,500 are for at market, moderate at market rates. So
I have this table, but I don't remember.
But I mean, there's another page that actually lists based on, I think that was, wait. No, up a little bit.
That was the general plan build out.
These are it. So, so we would need at 10%, we would actually meet our numbers because 641, I think, is at market, which brings us up to our 1,500 and change. So at 10%, we should be able to meet our numbers, correct?
Yeah, so these projections were the ones that you correctly pointed out, Councilmember Murray, were a little bit high.
Oh, that's right. And I thought a new chart was provided to us somewhere.
I don't remember updating this chart. We sent a subsequent email with numbers in it, clarifying. You asked the question and we confirmed that these were too high. These were based on a different analysis purpose.
That's right.
But I apologize. I don't remember updating the chart itself. And that's certainly something we could do. These are high, but they're just a little bit high. They're not completely out of line. If you want to look at this table just as a guide.
Councilmember Wary, can I ask you, so are you saying we actually need to be at 15% to get close?
No,
we have to be at
100 includes 641. I think it was 641 at market rate homes.
Go up real quick. What was the number of the okay, so 402, we need 402 plus 232 plus 247, right?
Yeah.
So we need 881. Let's go down again.
But see, this is like, we've only got about 1,300 single family, and I think we've got like 4,900 multifamily, I think is what the update was.
So then that would be 130 and 490 at 10%. So we're at 520 if based on your 1,300 and 4,900. So we still need some more.
Well, and that's just participants in the inclusionary housing program. There may be folks who propose affordable projects outside of that, right? Senior housing affordable, or there may be developments that come in the next 8 years.
Or ADUs that we can
count. Correct. So the inclusionary obligation isn't the only way to provide, to meet our affordable numbers. It's a significant and substantial one, but there will be other ways of doing it in the future.
Yeah, as long as we don't give away any in lieu fees, because in lieu fees take away units.
Right, and that's the second part of this conversation we haven't gotten to yet tonight that we would also like direction on.
One of the things that in our previous discussion at council regarding this, I believe we talked about the in lieu fee being adjusted so that only projects that would not really qualify in size would even be considered for that. And I'm in support of that. The things that we do with our in lieu fees to run our affordable housing assistance program, there's really, other than the general fund, no other source for those. But if there are projects that are, it's again, 4 or 5 houses, 4 houses, whatever doesn't qualify realistically for building an additional house, because the project then would not be done. And I know it's a balance between getting the affordable homes, which is, we all 100% agree is essential, and putting requirements that eventually causes there to be no homes because the conditions are too onerous for a smaller project. I would be for only projects that would not qualify to use those in lieu fees. What does council think about that?
I think anything 10 houses and over, we should have it. So 9 and under, because I mean, at 10, it's 1 house.
Sure.
But I mean, if you're building under that, it's probably, I mean, I can't see a big developer doing that. So I don't know how everyone else feels, but I think once you hit 10 homes, then it has to be included. And if they choose to do 9 so that they don't have to do it, then that's their choice.
When you say included, council member, what does that mean?
So it means if I have a piece of land and I want to build homes, and I say I'm going to build 10% of that is 1 home. So 1 home has to be affordable. But if I build 9, then they can in lieu out some way that they don't have to build it.
So you don't want that?
No, I'm saying that's fine. I'll go along. You know, I understand what the mayor's saying. Like sometimes it's just, it doesn't work out for them. So.
Yeah, my only concern about this, and I was looking at the housing in lieu line items expense budget. It's going to be about $700,000 a year to be able to maintain the program. So I'm all about affordable housing. I think we need it. I mean, the more we could do, the better, right? But we also got to be very cautious about being able to continue to support the program itself, right? There's one thing having a program, but if we're not able to maintain it, obviously, you know, things gonna fall through the cracks. And I know the more development we get and more projects that we have, even with our staffing now, I think that, the staff, and let me know if I'm wrong, but I think Sylvia is the only one that oversees the affordable housing program. I mean, for us to expect her to do more in the future because there's no money coming in to support that program is also not effective, right? So I'm all about as many houses we can get is great. And that's something that, I mean, I totally agree with that. But we also have to remember how we're going to support this program and maintain it. Because if we use what's currently in the budget, I think it's, and please somebody tell me if I'm wrong, but yeah, about $4 point some million. Is that what it was? Yeah, I think it was 4 point something. Golly, I'm sorry, I got notes here somewhere. 4.5 million. I mean, that will last us about 3 to 4 years.
So what do we do when we're at build out and we don't have it? Like, we're going to have to get off the crack sooner or later. So like, are we going to get off the crack?
I just think that, you know,
here's the thing is I'm willing to fund affordable housing, whether coming from the general fund. I'm all about it. I will always fund it. So that's a commitment. Do you want to afford it? Do you want to pay for it out of general fund?
No, I understand that, but I also think that developers should be obligated to support the program as well, not only the housing, but also the affordable housing program itself. So I think when we get out of build out in regards to homes and things like that, hopefully through commercial, we'll be able to get some of this monies from commercial development or commercial building and put some of that money into these kind of programs. Because you're right, at some point we're not going to have no homes, or developers are going to invest money into that. But I really just think that it's something we have to be very cautious about, because if we just take all the homes and no in lieu fees, once again, how are we going to maintain all the services that program is providing?
We choose to fund it. We just choose to fund it. You make a choice. Do you want affordable housing for your residents, or do you want to take in lieu fees from your developers? Those are the two choices.
So, and we've also, we've already approved staffing for the affordable housing program above and beyond Sylvia. They just haven't hired that person yet. That was approved, 2 years ago?
So is that included in this budget here?
I would think so, considering it's $150,000 per year more for the last 2 years than it was previously.
So can somebody let us know if all that's included in this budget for $700,000?
Yeah, finance should be on the line. It doesn't look like they've been promoted. But that is a budgeted position that is a requisition is in with HR. It just has not been filled yet because of all the recruitments that they're working through. So it should be included in these numbers, but we can confirm that with finance.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm concerned about not only building the homes, but how do we maintain our programs to be successful, right? And I know that I've gone on ride-alongs with Sylvia and seen some of the stuff that we actually do to continue to maintain the homes that that are part of our programs, but also, some of the stuff that we're doing in regards to legal expense, all kinds of different things that are put on here. So I just want to make sure that we're, considering that as well when it comes to in lieu fees.
Well, at this time, do we have any kind of consensus or recommendation regarding this item, motion-wise?
Should we just all collectively start putting parts together, or?
I think it's funny because now knowing about the duets, I think if we go rewrite our ordinance and make that single family homes, building that one additional home is going to be more difficult for a developer to decide to do versus a duet, right? So before with our percentages 3-4-3, you know, it's like, oh, a duet's not as expensive as a real home, and allocating a whole lot, you know, not a lot, but a lot to so I still like the 3-5, but Karen, you're not down with the 3-5, huh? To 8.
I am 3-6-6.
Oh, 3. I mean, no, I went down to 3-5 because I didn't want to be at 9 because I totally understood what you're saying. And I was thinking like 3-5. And then do we want to go all the way up to 7 for moderate? I mean, it's the least amount. I mean, we do have people, we had 18 applicants in that moderate.
I would like to stay at 3-4, and even if we went down to 6 for the, you know, I know of one particular developer who's going to come in and get the density bonus. I know what, you know, and when it comes to apartments, the same thing's going to happen, you know, because.
So 3-4-6, and how about like, and Damien's going to be mad at me when I say this, how about a future agenda item to update our ordinance? Because I would feel better about that. And then the in lieu fees, anything under like 9 and under, they pay out through in lieu fees. They don't have to build it, but 10 and over, they have to build it. And I'm committed. I mean, I'm here for 3 years. I commit to like funding this thing. I believe in affordable housing. I will always pay for it. I mean, I think that's it's a fantastic tax spend to take care of our residents.
I would still rather go 3-5, but I'm willing to, yeah, and agree on the other stuff for sure.
Well, we can do 3-4-6 and then revisit it in 2 years. How is it working? What are the laws? What can we do?
And I agree on the 10 home.
Did it all get repealed?
Yeah, exactly.
What'd you say?
Did it all get repealed?
Hey, we're going to pass our initiative November 2024, people. 2024.
And then we can go to 20% at that time.
Yes. I like the way you think, Karen Mary.
So is that a motion for the 3-4-6 and the in lieu under 9?
How do you guys feel about the in lieu? You guys haven't said anything about the in lieu.
I agree with you.
In lieu under 9 and under.
Mm-hmm.
So should I make a motion? I don't even know how to make this complicated motion. You
bring Damien in.
Yeah.
Motion to increase or to keep the low and very low at the same levels that we currently have, and increase the moderate to 6. Would that be correct?
Yes. And then the in lieu fees?
Yeah, and then the in lieu fees from units 1 through 9.
So may I clarify real quickly to make sure staff's got this right? So for ownership projects, the requirements would change or would be 3% very low, 4% low, 6% moderate, and the option to pay a fee in lieu of construction would only be offered to projects of 9 homes or less. Is that correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Thank you.
And to modify the rental percentages to mirror the ownership percentages.
So you want to add a moderate
10%.
requirement?
Otherwise, we're at that 10% and they've all got density bonuses.
So right now we don't have a moderate requirement for rental. Were you wanting to add that 6% moderate requirement for rental, or do you mean just 3% for very low and 4% for low with no moderate requirement?
because it's the same triggers, right? For rentals.
Yes.
That we're talking about. So I agree. I think, I mean, I think we should just to.
Susanna, currently we're at 5% low, 5% very low.
I know. I just hate to go backward.
Well, we're adding moderate.
I mean, I guess.
Otherwise the density.
I know. I mean, I guess if we add moderate, I'd be okay with it.
So we do have Barb here if you want to ask any further questions about whether there would be any different treatment as between ownership units and rental units with regard to the density bonus requirements. Barb, do you have any further insight the council should be aware of in that regard before they complete their motion?
I was excuse me. I was just trying to think. First of all, it's the same percentages of affordability are required for ownership and rental, so that there's no difference there. Obviously, there's difference. For instance, the rental units have to be affordable for 55 years, and the ownership units could be, the city has a choice of either making them affordable for a period or having them having an equity share. But those are all just little details. I think in terms of the big issue, the same percentages are required of affordability are required to get a density bonus regardless of whether the units are rental or ownership. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, yeah, you're correct, Karen. We should mirror the same percentages.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a
I'm
second.
sorry. Did we need to mention anything about HOAs though? Does that need to be included in the motion?
I just don't think I haven't.
HOAs are part of the amount that they already pay.
It's already calculated in there.
Right, but since it's on here, do we need to just say no action or leave it as is? Or
we didn't add the conduct a feasibility study for higher than 15% either. So
because we're not going over 15%.
No.
No.
Katie, do you need anything else?
Staff will assume that if you're not affirmatively including it in the motion, you don't mean to give us direction in that regard. So my understanding is that we're taking no action on HOA subsidies, and we are not looking to conduct a feasibility study since you're not exceeding 15%. If that's a correct assumption, then we're good to go.
That's
if you
a
need to
correct
modify
assumption.
that. Okay. And my final question was as to the permissibility of duets to satisfy the obligation. There was discussion there, but no.
Can that be included in this? That can't be included
that in
here.
here? Well, we've agendized this as a continued discussion regarding requested information related to the affordable housing inclusionary obligation.
Now that I know that everything is the whole kit and caboodle, finances included, I don't know why we do duets. Like, I think it should be, it might be a smaller house, but if our goal is to give homes like a family and like, you know, to live in a neighborhood, a single family home, like.
I'm okay with smaller houses. I mean,
I'm okay with smaller houses too.
Cookie cutter. Yeah.
The last duet we did, they were about 2,000 square feet for duets, each duet. And while a 3,600, there's a difference between a 2,000 square foot home and a 3,600 square foot home when it comes to PG&E. And I can tell you, I mean, I've had up to a $1,700 PG&E bill, and unless the city is footing that bill.
But it's not, we're not saying the house has to be the same. Katie said the house can be smaller. So it might still be a 2,000 square foot house just on a smaller lot, but it's single family. It doesn't have the shared wall.
And it could be a single story.
Yeah. I just like I mean, if we're going to help people, let's give them.
I like it too. I like the single family.
No shared wall.
No shared wall. Yeah.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, Sylvia, from your experience, I know that we went on some ride-alongs and there was I saw a couple of really nice duplexes and things like that. And also we saw homes too. From your experience and also working with this clientele, what do you recommend, or what do you see, or what do you hear out there?
In regards to persons wanting to do it rather than a single family home without a shared wall? Exactly.
What's your opinion on that from, working with this community for a long time? What do you think?
Well, I know that, studies have been done through our housing consultant in regards to affordability, and the duet was a better option for, say, the very low income family, because of the size, PG&E, the maintenance of the front yards, the backyards, that type of thing. And that was per study. And also I think the idea was that the developer tries to go ahead and make something that doesn't stick out like a sore thumb and goes along with the neighborhood. We've had several families move into duets, and I think, the families are just very appreciative and happy to be owner of a home. It would be ideal if I'm sure the families would like, a single family home quite truthfully, I haven't heard any of our families really complain either way.
Thank you, Sylvia.
It's interesting because remember all of the rigmarole we went through with the design last time?
Yeah.
Well, I know growing up in Village Drive, a lot of the homes were connected in some of the area, and there was a wall, but I think it goes back to, what Sylvia's saying, the appreciation of just having a home and being able to call it home. And, I think that's, that always meant a lot for that community. So I don't know, a wall, not a wall, if that makes a big difference in regards to, them actually just owning a home.
I think if we can do better, why not do better? That's the thing, is if we have the option, then let's just do better. It's.
Yeah.
The only,
I've lived in a couple duets. I had no problems with them. I didn't own it, but I rented in a duet and I had no problem. My mom, when she moved into Somerset too, she moved into a duet, and had no problem with sharing a wall with somebody, and was able to, and she bought that house.
I don't have a problem with duets, but I'm saying if we're building a single family neighborhood, then let's just build them all single family. Because we're going to get some that are in townhouse neighborhoods, right? So then all of those should be townhouses. We're building out. Let's make it match the neighborhood. The rest of the neighborhood is what I'm saying. We were on that call a long time about the design aspect of it. I wasn't happy with the end of it either. I wasn't. I wanted more, but I knew I wasn't going to get more. So why argue about it? So
I also know that one of the reasons why we try to match the homes to the other homes is in regards to, the families feeling like they don't have a home that's different or feel different, or the kids feel different. Why does our home look like that and everybody else's looks like this? Oh, it's because you're in that affordable housing home. It's really, I think the concept of that may have been, I wasn't there when it was done, but may have been where people don't know the difference, right? The kids don't know the difference when they're walking home. And like I said, I know I've gone on a ride along with Sylvia, and we've gone to a couple of these duplexes in these neighborhoods. And honestly, I wouldn't have known the difference if it wasn't brought to my attention that, there was two different entrances. So, I'm just saying is I think that was the reason behind some of that, was to make sure that, you weren't asked or questioned, why is your home different than anybody else's?
If I could jump in for just 1 second, I've been taking some notes and I want to make sure I'm capturing what you have down here correctly. I don't want to interrupt the duet conversation except to say this. While we have a very broad agenda title, none of this was really discussed for you in your staff report, and we might have had members of the public who had opinions on this if they knew we were going to discuss this topic tonight. So there are a lot of other aspects of the Affordable Housing Ordinance, and if that's one that you want to put a pin in for tonight and bring back at another time, we could also more explicitly agendize that and include some further discussion in the staff report for the benefit of the public. So it's something to consider, but I'd like to share my screen with you and show you what I've got in terms of my understanding, staff's understanding of your motion as it sits. So Sylvia, would you mind if I shared my screen for a moment?
Sure.
Thank you. All right, can the council see that?
Yes.
I think the in lieu fee part is missing. Any 9 houses and under can pay in lieu.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So with 9 houses or less, which in lieu fee do they pay? Because I don't want them paying the moderate of what, $13,000. Do they pay the very low?
The ordinance states that they would pay the low.
The low, not the very low.
And Sylvia, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't the ordinance provide that they pay a fee equal to 50% of the low income unit?
For 5 and
for 5 to 9?
Yeah.
Okay.
And one last question here, if we've jotted this down correctly in terms of timing.
Oh, so we already had that in the ordinance, so we don't need to add that.
Well, if we're saying that this is the only instance in which in lieu fees will be allowed, and in lieu fees would not be allowed for 10 or more, so.
Okay. As far as the duets, I mean, if we do bring this back at a future time and to allow for the public to make comments, any development, affordable housing thing that comes forward needs to go to LUD first, where we can say we will not accept duets.
I like that.
We should, well, we should have a look at what we've got in the ordinance right now. My recollection, and I'm looking for the language, is that a duet is allowed to satisfy the city's existing affordable housing requirement. So right now that is our existing provision.
Can we say at the discretion of LUD and council? And then we review each development separately and decide if that's what we want to do.
So as a going forward matter, we could look into changing that. Like I said, we might want to bring this back for your further consideration so that you've got more information and the public has more notices to that particular element of it being discussed. But that would be a way to do it in that future discussion if you wanted to.
But Katie, if it's going to LUD, wouldn't it be available for public discussion at that point?
We're talking about actually changing the ordinance though. So
okay.
Yeah, right now it just says this is a permissible way of doing it. And if you want to change the ordinance to say discretion will be exercised, that's a change.
So can you guys bring that back or do we have to make it an agenda item?
Bring it back. You mean as a follow-up to this?
Yeah, like, or does someone have to say, I want to make and have an agenda item, blah, blah, blah. Or is it just a follow-up to this one?
I will defer to the city manager on how he'd like to manage the.
Oh, okay. Karen said she can include that in her motion. Okay.
Yeah, if you just include in the motion, that'll suffice for us tonight.
Yeah,
Okay.
and to amend the emotion, to amend the motion to include bringing back whether duets satisfy a affordable housing unit or units.
And I still second that.
Vice Mayor, did you have more comments before we vote on this?
No, I'm sorry about that, Mayor. I'm going to put my hand down.
And last interruption, these are just very quick notes. So if the maker of the motion and the seconder might be so kind as to grant staff the leeway to clean up this language just a little bit, it won't be quoted exactly like this, but it'll be proper English when we bring it back to you.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we have a first and a second. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rary,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
No, aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, we are moving on to item E2. Item E2 pertains to a proposed ballot measure to protect open space, parks, and other properties. And Darren Gale will present on the item. Darren.
Can we take a quick 5-minute break?
That is okay with council. We will do that. Okay, we will recess for 5 minutes. And thank you, Darren. This time we will reconvene from recess, and Darren, over to you.
Great. 1 second, just trying to pull up my PowerPoint. So good evening, Mayor and council members. It's a pleasure to be before you this evening to talk about the open space and park protection land use measure.
Aaron, I'm seeing a double screen. If you go on top, I think you can put it in like in the middle button. You change it to, yeah, I think there.
There you go.
Yeah, but it's a little, okay.
Is that better or no?
It's still too small. I think it's on your vertical screen. If you can switch it to your other monitor, maybe it'll be the other direction.
Yeah. Typical, of course, we tried this earlier, had no problems. Very simple. You know what I have? I think I have it in a. Try this one more time. Is that better?
Much better.
Perfect.
Hey, thank you very much, Councilmember. So just briefly, these are the items we're going to go over this evening. We'll have introductions, go over the stated council goals from the March 8th council meeting, briefly describe kind of ballot initiative history, procedures, work to date, options, and then council discussion and recommendations. So as it relates to the staff team, you know everyone on this list, but we do have one new person. Catherine Ingberg is a partner with Shute, Millay, and Weinberger. Ms. Ingberger is experienced in environmental and election law, has worked on a number of ballot measures, and teaches both land use law at both Stanford and at Berkeley. And want to welcome her. And she's here, has joined us here tonight, and can answer any questions.
Thank you, Dan, for the introduction. Pleasure to be here tonight.
Based upon the March 8th City Council meeting, these are the stated goals that were part of that discussion. And I'll go through them briefly. And then at the end, I just want to make sure that we've captured those. And if we want to add or change anything. So first was ensuring that, first of all, this list is in no specific order. So the first point here is protect, to have a measure that would help protect us from future state mandates. Second, to protect open space and parks, to model an initiative after the Martinez measure and to work with Mr. Floor and other community members, to protect golf courses from future development, and specifically the council mentioned Deer Ridge and Shadow Lakes. Ensure that the ballot measure could be placed on the November 2022 ballot. To protect these specific properties from future council actions, meaning that it would be required that once a ballot measure was approved, that it would require a vote of residents to make any changes. And then, as I just introduced you to our outside counsel, to hire outside counsel with environmental and election law expertise. So a little history as relates to land use initiatives. In 1970, there was a variety of land use initiatives that went forward as related to growth caps, permit limits, and infrastructure requirements. And those were determined that they violated laws, and basically communities went away from them. In 1990, Measure J, which was in Napa County, amended the Napa County General Plan to ensure that designated lands could not be redesignated and made available for more intense development without a vote of the public. As a result of that measure, there was a lawsuit, and a landowner, Richard DeVita, and the Building Industry Association of Northern California sued, and they challenged virtually every aspect of Measure J. The end result was that the Supreme Court had a landmark decision which established that voters may amend a general plan and impose subsequent vote requirements for development. And since that Supreme Court decision, there's really been three types of measures that communities have considered. One is a subsequent vote approval, which locks in existing general plan policies and land use designations. And then, of course, there would need to be a vote to change that by residents. The second one is a urban growth boundary initiative, which establishes a line beyond which residents of the city are given a vote to whether a community would grow outside those lines. And then the third is an overlay initiative. And this option may be preferred where a general plan is not considered sufficient to protect certain lands from future development. Next, land use procedures. So there are three separate types of land use procedures. There's a voter-sponsored and placed on the ballot. And what is a voter-sponsored measure? A voter-sponsored measure is when residents go out and collect signatures to place a specific measure on a ballot. And then it comes to the city council, and then the city council would place that on the ballot. The second one is a voter-sponsored but adopted by the city. So in that case, residents would have collected enough signatures to place it on the ballot. However, the city council would then adopt it outright and not require a vote of residents. And then the third one is a council-sponsored and placed on the ballot, and that is the type of measure that that we would be discussing here. Is this is not where signatures were collected; it'll actually be drafted by council. There is one distinct difference between a voter-sponsored versus a council-sponsored, and that is CEQA applies differently to voter-sponsored initiative and council-sponsored initiatives. CEQA compliance is not required before a city submits a voter-sponsored initiative to the voters. The CEQA, there's a specific guideline and exemption for that. On the other hand, council-sponsored initiatives are subject to CEQA analysis. So one of the goals of the city council is to try to protect the city from future state laws. State laws place a number of limitation on the initiative powers. For example, an initiative may not regulate matters that have been preempted by the state. And then secondly, as regards to the Martinez measure, Measure I, and also the Antioch Measure T, they both had to deal differently with the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, which is commonly referred to as SB 330. The Martinez measure was actually passed prior to SB 330. And the Antioch Measure T, the interesting part there was the Antioch measure was drafted prior to SB 3 being approved, but it was adopted afterwards. And as a result, they had to comply with SB 330. And in the past years, several courts have struck down portions of ballot initiatives that conflict with SB 330, Antioch being an example. Those decisions affirm that land use initiatives that effectively downzone parcels without providing for concurrent upzoning face a strong risk of preemption. So work to date, I really want to thank Mr. Floor and the community members. We've met with them twice. They provided us a draft of a ballot measure based upon the Martinez initiative. They've done amazing work, and we really appreciate all that they've done and provided us a great foundation to work from. And again, we met with them twice, once in March and then once last week. We've hired the outside counsel that we've mentioned. We've been reviewing the citizen drafted measure, and then we have three options for council direction. First, would like to go over the option from the citizen drafted measure. The measure that Mr. Floor and the community members provided us would establish a new general plan designation and overlay for open space and parks, and all future changes to that overlay would require voter approval, and additional properties could be added to the overlay by city council. As a result of their measure, their measure would require extensive CEQA analysis because they're establishing new general plan designations and where those and what properties they would impact. As a result of that extensive CEQA analysis, we do not have enough time in order to place it on the November 2022 ballot. So we would be unable to complete the necessary CEQA analysis. Now, in general, Mr. Floor or the citizen drafted measure meets council goals, but would need to be revised by special counsel to ensure legal conformity and consistent with state law. However, it would require a special election or placing it on a future election ballot, just not the November election. And then estimated cost. These numbers as relates to elections has come from the county elections office. So for a general election, for us to place a measure on the ballot will cost approximately $125,000. For a special election, it would be approximately $350,000. For this citizen drafted measure, the CEQA cost would cost around $75,000. And then the legal cost, I apologize, I did not make a change here, but it could be anywhere between $100,000 to $200,000 depending on that effort and timing. So that is the first option. This next screen, I try to place all three options on the same screen. So the first option being the one that I just discussed with the more simplified information. And then the next two options. So option number 2 would be to lock in general plan designations. What does that mean? So for example, the city in our current general plan, there are certain land use designations and definitions. For example, a semi-public facility. That is the designation that covers the golf courses. And in this case, what you would do is you would lock in the general plan designation for those properties and the properties to be included within those designations. It is anticipated that we can, timing-wise, that could be on the November 2022 ballot. However, we're still need some additional research as we're reviewing the general plan, zoning, and all of our PDs. And then we'd be able to make a final determination of how that does or does not meet the city council goals. And then similar to the other, the costs are similar, although CEQA would be much less because the analysis we don't believe would be as extensive. But again, we're still trying to determine if this meets all the city council goals and what type of CEQA would be required. And then the third option would be a new overlay designation. So similar to the citizen drafted measure, however, the overlay would be based on existing general plan designations and would protect specific properties. In the case of all three, all properties would be protected through a ballot measure and would require a vote of the public. It's just, we wanted to provide the council with an update tonight since we have a very short timeline, so you know where we are, and then hopefully get some feedback from the city council on where you'd like us to go. I'll come back to this screen, but just as it relates to council discussion and recommendations, we'd like to know as it relates to the city council goals, if we've included them all and if we want to make any changes. For example, if we wanted to move forward with the citizen drafted initiative, we would not be able to maintain the goal of the November election. And then also as it relates to option 2 and 3. So move forward with the citizen option or continue moving forward with 2 and 3 and come back with additional information. If this evening the council already kind of has an idea of which one of those you like better, we can continue moving forward with that. At a future meeting, we will need to come back to have the council authorize additional funding based upon these estimated costs. And our goal would bring that back possibly the second meeting in May on the 24th. So that's the end of my presentation. I can answer any questions and we can go from there.
Councilmember Rare.
Just a clarifying. So you've got citizen drafted measure. This is one that the city would do because it's kind of confusing because of it could be a voter drafted measure or citizen drafted measure, which doesn't require CEQA. But the citizen, what's listed here is citizen drafted measure, as in the city takes it and moves it forward, correct?
That is correct. And when you say city moves it forward, where they did not go out and collect signatures, but the city would then take the measure, make amendments, bring it back to the city council for approval, and the council would place it.
It just, the verbiage there makes it confusing. Consider the other one that, you know, would take signatures. All right, thank you.
Are there any further questions of staff at this time? Seeing none at this time, then we will open public comments. Turn to you, Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I do see 2 hands raised. I'll go ahead and share the timer screen. And I'll start with Serena Stambuk, followed by Rod. Serena, go ahead. Serena, I think you may need to change your audio source.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
So going off of the city council agenda item, let's see, bullet item number 4, directly offensive, to which I say not without my consent. The line that says no rezone for Deer Ridge, without allowing actual property owners on either side to have their voice in the matter. I'm asking that City Council go back and look at WBA's proposed plans for Deer Ridge. There actually is open space, bike trails, vineyards, farm-to-table restaurant. Deer Ridge could actually be the jewel of Brentwood. Like, imagine the positive press of like self-sustaining communities with solar and wind. Like, think about the signs that were on the bypass that said future home of Google. That's going to require like a forward-thinking community around it. Deer Ridge could be that. This ballot initiative, like, as long as it includes like item 4 that specifically states Deer Ridge no rezone, just seems like the old fear thing. Like, I'm just asking to like consider the green job opportunities, higher property values, increased tax revenue, the soil that was damaged from years of pesticide being sprayed from the golf courses being healed to like provide produce. Just consider the future for Deer Ridge. There's a lot of new homeowners like myself who are totally here for it. And then the second question would be to the legal professional. So, like, what would prevent, being that WBA is a private party, what would prevent the rezoning, selling a lot line expansion from one private party to another private party homeowner? Like, I'm just wondering, like, at what point would the city get involved if it's 2 private parties? So that would be my question. And so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. First, on behalf of myself and the team, I want to thank the city manager and city staff for welcoming us into their offices and allowing us to present our example of the bill that we had put together, which was it did not have any legal review, and we of course submitted that for consideration in its state, but it's an example, and they've obtained an excellent counsel, and we've heard of her firm, and we expect that the final product, in whichever route you go, is going to be excellent. And I did have some more to say about that, but given the prior caller's concerns, I want to assure everybody that this measure will go on a ballot, and people can vote on it, and that includes everybody. And it's not just Deer Ridge. Deer Ridge was something that I was concerned with when I first started thinking about the ballot, having read about Measure I, but the ballot is really about all open space in Brentwood. And that encompasses Deer Ridge, Shadow Lakes, Brentwood Golf Course, all the parks, and all the other places that we could protect and keep in open space. The ballot measure does not prevent anything from going forward. The voters just have to approve it. And I realize that's a big step, but the point of it is to make sure that the voters are asked. So the example would be the City Hall and Community Center that was built on Central Park in downtown Brentwood. Not everybody liked that, and it should have gone to a vote before it happened. And that's all we're asking for here. We're not trying to take anything away from anybody. All of the things that she mentioned for Deer Ridge would be permittable under the measure that we submitted, and I imagine that would probably still be true. So there's nothing in there that prevents them from doing agriculture on that land in this bill. So there's a lot of misunderstanding. One of the exhibits you'll see from me was just what this bill does and doesn't do. We expect to have to present that to the community. And finally, our role as citizens in this is to take what comes out of the production process and take it to the city residents and ask them to vote for it. We're not constructing the bill. We're just cheerleaders here at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Antonio Xavier. Mr. Xavier, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I wanted to say thank you to the City Council and the city staff for pushing this idea forward. The protection ideas were inspired by the Martinez initiative, but I'm excited to see how you carry it forward and make it specific to Brentwood. I encourage the council to continue forward with either option 2 or 3 as we transform this idea into a practical solution going forward for Brentwood. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comment and move to council discussion. Councilmember Mendoza.
I want to thank staff too. I know this is a lot of work, and I know some of the callers are concerned, and rightfully so. It is a big deal. And I think that one of the reasons that we wanted to push this forward is because the state is taking over open space and forcing us to build on it. So we want to make sure that we protect our open space and that we can control that. And that if it's going to be built over, it is a consensus from all of the residents that they agree that that's what they want. That's kind of why that's why I supported this. So I understand it's frustrating, and ballot measures are stressful. We all lived through Measure L, and it was super stressful. But it's kind of the majority rules kind of thing, and I am deeply scared of what can happen if we don't protect our open space. So it sounds like either option 2 or 3 would be the ones that I would think would move forward and do a little bit more work on. And I know there was the chart with the TBDs on it of what needed to be done and not be done. And then just cost. I do have a question. I think you said special election was $350,000. Wasn't Measure L, which was just a couple of years ago, like $170,000, or am I way off in my memory on that?
I don't remember the cost offhand. However, they told us it's between $7 and $10 per registered voters, and we have 42,000 registered voters. Round numbers.
That's seems twice as much as we paid for the last election. That's really interesting. Okay.
They have them in multiple languages now, which above and beyond what they used to.
Oh, okay. Then when that came out, okay. So that's it. I'm excited just to hear what our residents all want via vote. I think I know what I want, but it's majority rules.
Thank you. Councilmember Rare.
And yes, it's to preserve our open space, but there is a bill out there currently for just municipal golf courses. that could that would allow for municipal golf courses to be built on with low-income housing. And while it's just municipal golf courses right now, you know how things move along and how much local control we've lost, that there's a possibility that, you know, just regular golf courses might be added to that. And it was just a couple of years ago that both Deer Ridge and Shadow Lakes had I think there were 350 unit, 3-story buildings that were proposed to be built in Shadow Lakes and in Deer Ridge. So it has already come forward once before. And we don't know, I mean, Deer, I've heard that there's a possibility that the back 9 or the 9 holes that haven't opened in Shadow Lakes will never open. And will they build there? We don't know. There was talk at one point for Deer Ridge to have some housing added there. Will that happen? You know, let's hope not. But this helps to preserve it, and then it allows the voters to make the decision on whether or not they want housing built on their golf courses or other open space that is out there.
Councilmember Meyer?
I don't have a lot to add, especially this time of night. But I really do want to thank the residents who worked so hard to put all this together and then work with staff and allowed staff to make it pretty and presentable to us. And staff worked very hard on this too. So thank you to everyone on that. I definitely am in support of 2 or 3 moving forward so that we can learn more about them. I think it is important to recognize that this is all about the voters. Everybody gets a voice. This is not council taking control or, you know, any of that, or listening to a few. This is us promoting the idea of voters saying what they want. So I think that's what's important about it. And that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been said. And yeah, I appreciate our community members that are involved, that brought this, helped bring this forward, and staff as well. And you know, it's absolutely imperative that we protect ourselves from mandates from the state that just, they don't work for Brentwood. They don't work for our families. And so we've got to do what we can, as long as we can, to keep our community in charge of what the future looks like here. Having said that, do we have a motion on this item? Yes. I'm sorry, Catherine.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here with you all. It sounds like there is going to be some direction to move forward with 2 and 3, which will be helpful to provide some additional legal analysis. I did want to make one clarification in terms of the, you know, what the state may do with respect to future legislation, just to clarify that this, you know, measure, if approved, you know, if put on the ballot and approved by the voters, would protect lands from actions of future city councils to redesignate them or allow development contrary to the will of the voters, but would not necessarily protect against the state from legislating. You may have noticed in the, you know, in the Martinez measure and the Brentwood measure, there was an exception for state law. So we are still going to be subject to state legislation, state housing laws, and that kind of thing. So I don't want to, you know, I wanted to make sure you heard that. Darren mentioned it, but I did want to reinforce it, just so you know we have expectations of what staff will bring forward at the next meeting.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Mendoza.
Can I ask the question? Let's go back to SB 330, and it was Martinez pre, so it didn't apply, but then Antioch is post. So why did that happen? Like, why was one exempt and the other one not, if they had their measure before it was law?
So the let's see, the Martinez measure was passed by the voters prior to SB 330. So SB 330 didn't apply when that measure was passed. And the Antioch measure, on the other hand, it was drafted before SB 330, and then it was placed on the ballot. By the time the voters approved it, SB 330 had gone into effect. And so that led to the litigation that was referenced in the staff report that did ultimately, strike down a portion of that measure.
So Martinez is not subject to SB 330? Are that the areas that they designated?
They were essentially grandfathered because they, their measure went into effect. So
why wouldn't we be grandfathered?
At this point, SB
legislation
is the law of the land. So we are subject to it in moving forward on this proposed measure.
But for future legislation, if this passes, we don't get grandfathered in for future legislation?
Well, there is some benefits. We don't know, of course, what's coming along the pipe, but there, by moving forward with doing everything we can legally do within our power today, we do add some, the city could add some benefit to future unknowns in the future.
So can I just add, so if Martinez now wanted to go back and make another change, they would be subject to SB 330, which is the rule related to downzoning of properties. So when we say grandfathered in, they're grandfathered in because they've already passed their measure. However, if they've made any changes, they would be subject to this new law related to downzoning of properties.
Thanks, Darren. Good clarification.
But this does offer some measure of protection and has some benefit when it comes to that.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. Do we have a motion on this item?
I will make a motion to move forward with options 2 and 3 for more information back from staff and potential inclusion in the 2022 ballot.
Second.
Have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, we will move into items F1, request for future agenda items. If you have a new agenda item request for consideration of our recently approved strategic plan, Councilmember Mendoza.
I think we need to talk about Planning Commission. I think there's some confusion on Brown Act, and I don't know if that's an agenda item, but I think we need to address that with our commissioners. Sharing a vote before roll call, influencing the rest of council, I think that needs to be addressed. I also think that maybe even a training on what their roles and responsibilities are. I've heard that there's some confusion. Some of them feel that they work in like this little silo on project to project, and that's now how I don't know if that's true or not, or if that's, but we always talk about the consequences of votes and like doing things and how it affects the rest of the city. So I think we just need to talk a little bit about it because there's some confusion, and we had some calls today, and I just want to nip it in the bud before it continues to get worse.
Thank you. Is that staff, is that clear?
And I don't know if it needs to come back to us or it's something you guys just take care of behind the scenes.
There has been some behind the scenes stuff that I won't be able to go into here, but your legal counsel can certainly update you. But as far as a future agenda item, we could have a couple things. You could revisit that appointment. That's one option. We could also have a discussion more fully about what the Brown Act implications is and make sure that the Planning Commission equally has an update on that training. They have had some training on it, but we could reiterate that training going forward. So a couple different options within what you're generally discussing.
Damien just popped up.
And I think our office can provide the council with an update on matters. And maybe we start with that. And If the council then wishes to have further discussion on it, we can come back with another future agenda item request.
Okay, that sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other new future agenda item requests? Okay, seeing none, we'll move into item F.2.1. It's a future agenda item request from Council Member Mendoza related to a policy and procedures for requests from council members or organizations that they are involved with for grants, partnerships, and or requests for anything of value from the city. Council Member Mendoza I'm sorry, it's getting late.
Okay.
Turning it to you.
Yeah, I think I discussed it last time. I think just because you're on council doesn't mean you shouldn't be able to apply for a grant, but I think there's always some like, oh, they're using, and I mean, we all hear it. They're using their position to get ahead or make money, or there's all this backroom dealing going on. And I think in order to be super transparent and give not just anyone here, but anyone because I mean, I know Susanna works for a nonprofit, Johnny has his company, and you have your church. And if you decide you want to apply, you should be able to apply. So in order for there to be full transparency to the community, we should come up with a process. Like, I don't know if it's you provide financials, of your companies or your nonprofits and, all of that kind of good stuff. And it would apply to grants and waivers and all that good stuff. So it's a way to make it transparent and not make you not apply because you feel like people are going to say something, because if you're putting it all out there, then there's nothing to hide, and then we're good to go. And you should have the same benefits as any other resident that applies.
Okay, at this time, we will open public comment on this item. Margaret?
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'm seeing no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rary.
So I know that with the John Marsh Historic Trust, when it came to just even their Heritage Day grant, even though I was a liaison, as were you, Mayor Bryant, I wasn't able to vote on it, and actually had to walk out of the room on that. And so I guess there's some concerns there, especially when as far as council members using their position to get the grants. I guess they just recuse themselves and let the rest of the council decide. But even last year during our economic development grant process, we were told specifically by staff that they had to pull one of the grant applications because it was a council member who had requested it. And so they pulled that completely out of our stack because they said it was a conflict of interest. So I guess maybe it's up to the attorney to say whether or not that it's a conflict of interest. It was last year when it came up in front of the economic development, or up in front of LUD, I guess it was, for economic development grants.
I completely understand, and I do appreciate Councilman Mendoza, you bringing this up. Personally, I am not comfortable with. I'm not comfortable with a council member having any, and the regulations make sure that doesn't happen. But as far as any of these grant funds or anything, any other process, parking tickets, in anything, I had a parking ticket in the parking garage for when the new signs went up, and I paid it. because I believe that that we should not have any special consideration beyond anyone else that lives here for any rules or regulations, period. And I believe that everyone on council feels that way too. So it is kind of a touchy, tricky situation to navigate. But if we can do that, because in future councils, there may be some unique situations where council members are in a position where they could be of great benefit being associated with a nonprofit or an organization that could use those funds. So I do appreciate it, and I do agree with what's already been said. Councilmember Meyer.
I think the court of public opinion would have a lot to say if this were not handled very delicately. I also wonder, though, does it matter if you are the owner of the church or the company or the nonprofit or somebody who works there, for one? For two, could someone else in the same agency, if you're not the owner, then put an application through so that they have equal consideration to all other residents? I mean, this gets very complicated. I mean, Damien and I had this discussion in the very beginning when I first got on council that my band cannot apply to play in the city of Brentwood. We're not allowed to. So I've always kind of used that as like, this is where I stop. I can't, go any further than this. So I don't know. I don't really feel comfortable with people on council being able to be a part of that process and benefit from it, because I think the public opinion especially would see that as something inappropriate, whether it's the intent is that it is or not. I think it's all about the perception of the transparency and the fact that we're held to a higher standard. So I think we do have to be very careful about that. And I wouldn't want to encourage it. I think anything that's happened so far has happened, but moving forward, we know very well that, we are holding ourselves to a higher standard and trying to be especially transparent and ethical. And I think we need to show and be good examples for the community in general.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say I totally agree with Councilmember Meyer. I think that, I'll be honest, I've been in this position for many, many, many years. So I totally agree that there has to be a standard and that has to be respected. I totally get that. So I just ditto exactly what she said. I think that I know it's difficult because a lot of us here are involved with nonprofits and do a lot of great work and do the things we do in the community, but it's sad to say, but public's opinions is, could take off and it takes its own life of its own. Even though when we do things, I would think we all have the right intentions, right? But no, I agree with Councilmember Meyer, what she said, so appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Rare.
One thing I didn't mention when I talked about having to recuse myself is that even though I was on the board and drew no salary whatsoever from the organization, there was no benefit to me in that whatsoever. I was still told to recuse myself and had to resign my seat there and just become a city council liaison with no voting power on the board in order to even be considered for anything. So I think when it comes to either being the head of an organization or even staffed by the organization, there is a financial benefit, and that we should rise above that and not be able to apply for that.
I totally agree. I think there's a simple way to do this. Again, this is one person's opinion. If you're sitting on city council, you do not apply for funds. Period. For me, that makes it very simple. we all sacrifice a lot of things being public servants. This is just another one we could easily put on the list. If there are funds available and you're on council, you don't get to apply.
And that's fine too. I feel bad because I know like other people would like to apply for things or get waivers or get, the cross promotion with the Easter or whatever. But so if you're saying that it's nothing, that's fine. It's on, because I don't have any skin on my game. I just heard all the noise out in the public, right? So like, do we need to build a policy or not build a policy so that we can squash any noise? But if you're saying that regardless of what we do, there's going to be noise, then the policy should just be no grants, no waivers, nothing of added value of any kind then for council members going forward. And I'm fine with that if you guys are fine with that. I thought you guys would want a way to still participate, but if you don't, it's okay.
Again, personally, I've been on council for quite a few years, and there have been occasions where there were events done. It never crossed my mind that it would be an appropriate thing to come to the city for. And I totally, I'm in, not only do I agree, I'm in complete support of, a strong proponent of, if you are on council, there are just things that no matter what, it doesn't look good. There's no way to make it any easier than to say, just no, you don't have access to it.
Okay, I'm fine with that too. I mean, again, that's not my world, so I didn't know, I didn't know how to deal with that one. But if you're saying that's the best way to go about it, then I feel bad, like, Susanna's band and all, but if that's the rule, that's because I'd like to hear your band. But, if that's the rule, I think if we all in agreement, like no grants, no waivers, no cross promotions, nothing of added value, I think that's fine too, if it makes it just easier.
I believe Damien would rest a lot easier if that were that simple. Of course, I don't want to speak on behalf of our legal team, but as a resident, it just looks a lot better, in my opinion. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just think that, sorry about that. I just think that we got to make sure our staff is aware of that too. You know what I mean? Because I think that sometimes our staff has good intentions to work with some of these great, organizations that are out there. And some of us are involved in these organizations because I think it's all in good intentions that sometimes put us in a pretty awkward situation. You know what I mean? Because obviously when it comes to community, if you're part of a nonprofit and you've worked in the community, you're all about doing what's right. So sometimes I think that our staff needs to also understand that in the future that maybe they shouldn't approach organizations that have council members that are either working for the organization or involved in the organization. Because I think that that's something that needs to be put out there as well, because I think the person and the organization itself has good intentions, and so do our employees. But I think that sometimes they may not understand the policy or, best practice, I guess, when it comes to those kind of things.
Councilmember Rary?
Does this also include commissioners?
I think that if you are sitting in a place that it could be perceived, this is my opinion again, that you are getting anything more than anyone else would get. I think that just, I think it should also apply across the board.
But if I may jump in, Mr. Mayor, the item before you is just related to council members. So if you want to talk about commissioners down the road, that's fine, but it'll have to be on another night. I did have some clarifying questions. I'm listening to the discussion, and just for staff's benefit, and I suspect something's going to be written up as a policy, and so I want to make sure we get the information correct. We're talking about initially council members' relationship with a particular organization. Is that relationship a leadership role? Is it a member of a board? Is it just a member of the organization? Just what degree are we talking? In addition, Are we just talking the council member? Are we talking their spouses? Are we talking their children, their parents, their siblings, their kids? If they have a role with this, whatever organization it is, does that extend to it? So these are things that understand that the broader, what the council wants to do, but as they say, the devil's in the details. There are some other questions that'll need to be answered to make sure this is a complete policy, because we want to minimize as many issues down the road as possible.
What Damien, I also like to know is that there's organizations out there, right, that the city has certain items or certain things that they can purchase for an event or anything like that. Can that organization still do that? Not get it for free or anything like that, but pay the cost like anybody else would or any other nonprofit would. Could they still do that? If not, then the organizations we're affiliated with can do no business with the city, or can we at least do the same business any other nonprofit does in the sense of fees, but also if it's an individual, you know what I mean? I that's the hard part, right? Because there's things out there you host or events and, you pay the fee. It's not that you're getting it for free. Can you still do that?
I think that's an excellent question, Mr. Vice Mayor. I think that is out there. It sounds to me the council's discussion is more if the council member is benefiting in some way from this versus if they're being treated like any other resident who may want to pull a permit to use the park or rent the stage. If they're not getting a discount on that, is that okay? I think those are the questions that the council should consider and answer just for staff's benefit. So whatever is drafted, we can come back with as accurate of a representation as possible.
Councilmember Meyer?
And I think that's a really good point because, for example, I work for Empowered Aging. I would hate to think they couldn't hold a resource fair at the senior center to benefit Brentwood seniors because I work there, a financial benefit for that. So it seems like that with something like that would be okay.
Well, I know the agency we work for is that, the agency itself has paid the nonprofit fees for, let's say, the stage or the bleachers and stuff. Can they still continue to do that? Or is it because I'm involved, we can't do that? Well, then there's certain things that we won't be able to do at certain events because we don't have access to a stage. So I just like to know that as well. But I'm a true believer that we need to pay. I'm not asking for free. The organization wouldn't ask for it for free, but I mean, can we still do that, I guess?
Can you still enter contracts?
Yeah, you still, you do.
Well, I think if you're a nonprofit, but you're not a nonprofit, you have a fiduciary sponsor. You're not a 501(c)(3), and I think you have to be a 501(c) to get those benefits.
Yeah, but our fiscal sponsor is a 501(c)(3). That's why they're our fiscal sponsor. So what we do is we're able to use their tax ID number and their board and our advisory board oversee our agency. So we do have a 501(c)(3), but it's under our fiscal sponsor.
I think if you use a fiscal sponsor, we should be able to see the 990s to ensure that the funds are flowing through from your fiscal sponsor to the company that's using them as a fiscal sponsor.
Then maybe you need to look it up because it is there.
Okay, I'm just that's my opinion. Like if you have a fiscal
if that's
sponsor,
your opinion, that's great. But
because you're not a 501(c).
Oh no,
you're not a nonprofit.
Yeah, we've never said that. We're a fiscal sponsor. It's on all of our paperwork. It's on all of our websites. It's on everything we have. So if you want to see that, just look it up. But we do have a fiscal sponsor. So
no, I'm not saying you do have a fiscal sponsor. I know you have a fiscal, but if you're not a legitimate 501(c) with a rating, I think we need to. And anyone that comes to us, right? Anyone can say, I have the paperwork, but I think we're willing to do our due diligence, even when we're getting anyone's applications for that kind of stuff.
Well, that said, if you were to do that, that's pretty sad because you would lose a lot of organizations that do really good programmatic work, but they're not in a position or they're not in the area of being able to do some of the other work that some of these fiscal sponsors are able to do. So I think that would be a little bit bad practice in regards to neglecting those.
This goes back again to you're a council person, you're held to a higher standard.
No, I understand.
That's the reason we're having this whole conversation.
I'm not speaking for myself. I'm
speaking again here. We're going back to the council thing, right? Like we're going back to the council thing where we have to hold ourselves to higher standards. That's it.
Yeah, but I wasn't speaking for myself. I'm speaking for all those other nonprofits.
No, I'm just speaking about this
I
whole
work for
conversation is about council members, not about the general public.
Yeah, well, when you say that legitimate nonprofits, because if you have you specifically said if you have a physical sponsor, you're not a legitimate nonprofit. Just doesn't sound right to me.
Well, I mean, for tax purposes, you're not a legitimate you're a company, you're not a nonprofit. So for tax purposes, but whatever. So I think, you were asking about spouses and stuff. I think that I think we should reflect maybe the Form 700s, right? That's a legal document. We all have to put our spouses and their income on our Form 700. So that might be a clean way to decipher, just reflect whatever, if we have a partner or a spouse or, whatever we have, then maybe it just reflects the Form 700.
And I would agree with that. Even though my husband doesn't work here in Brentwood, I list my husband on the Form 700 because I want it to be all up and up.
Mm-hmm.
I got a free ticket to the Save Mount Diablo's thing up on the mountain. And even though as an official I was invited and didn't have to report it, it was something I reported because I wanted it to be up and up. So I think that when it comes to, the city council members, if you're financially benefiting from the organization, I think that in itself should say that you have a skin in the game, on whether or not you get free stuff. So it should be it shouldn't be something that you should be able to apply for. It should not be able to get a grant or a waiver from, but that you could pay the resident rate for that.
I think that to help, in my opinion, to answer one of the questions for you, Damien, some of the nonprofit organizations, well, the public service organizations, Rotary, Lions Club, Seroptimus, those I think are totally exempt simply because you're a member. It shouldn't be penalized that group can't apply. But if it's something that you are, that isn't an international service group, I think, in my mind, that's a totally different thing than having, for example, the church I work for. I didn't start it. It's been here since the 40s. I'm an employee, strictly an employee. At the same time, me being on council and me being a part of the board of the church that I work for, there's influence there within that organization and potentially within the community that could be more influence than somebody that isn't on council could have in certain things. I don't even know what they might be right now. But I think a service organization, being a member of that, should not preclude that organization from applying. But as far as the church organization and a couple of other 501c3s that I'm a part of that are associated with that, I think just because I'm on council, either myself or my wife, we should not be able to apply for the grants, which is basically what this is talking about. I would be concerned if it went down to the children who might be a part of a baseball team or a scouting team or something like that. I think that might be a level too far, because really that influence, I don't think that baseball team or scouting group or whoever it might be would have any individual benefit for that child. But again, I'm just my opinion.
And I think with regard to that, Mr. Mayor, if the standard is that the council member or their spouse or significant other is financially benefiting from it, that wouldn't likely include members of Little League teams and things of that sort, because they wouldn't be financially benefiting from that. with regard to financially benefiting, one of the suggestions I'd heard regarding who would apply to would be reflected in the Form 700. Would it help if the financial benefit would be something that had to be reported on the Form 700? Or is it just any financial benefit? I'm trying to make it easy to sort of find evidence of it. And if it's on the Form 700, it's fairly clear that it's a financial benefit. Is that acceptable to the council, or is there a different way to approach that?
Well, it depends on if everybody accurately fills it out. You know,
that's the problem.
If you're leaving out your spouse on there, then yeah, if you're not reporting your own then you're not reporting your own income or your spouse's, then leaving it up to the 700 doesn't necessarily cover it.
And I wasn't saying leaving it up to 700. I'm saying, what is your legal obligation with your 700? Your legal obligation is you and your spouse. So let's use that benchmark when we're developing our policy. But yeah, I mean, I know there's incomplete 700, so I wouldn't use that as the form we're going to use.
Well, I wouldn't say in the form. I'm just trying to get a sense of what constitutes a financial benefit from an organization. Is it a salary? Is it a stipend? Is it a reimbursement? I'm trying to get clarity on
the way I think about it is, if we work for that company or we sit on their boards, we shouldn't have anything. We shouldn't be asking for anything. Again, like I used the example, like I would never list my brands or the company I work for on anything that has to do with the city, because that would be added value. That would just be advertising, for example. I would never do that.
But you just to clarify, you just said if you sit on their boards. What if it's an unpaid board position, as Councilmember Rary?
Even then,
okay.
I would say, and you know what example I'm thinking? I'm thinking of MCE. MCE's whole entire board is made up of city council people, but MCE makes a lot of money, right? It's like, and I don't know how they're compensated, but that makes me uncomfortable. So I would say if you're sitting on a board, like you asked Karen to leave, to like not vote, I think that's fair because you're making board level decisions for an organization. And it's just, sometimes you want to do the right thing by the organization, so I don't know. I just think that if you're sitting on a board,
that's why I'm no longer on the board.
Exactly. Yeah. She doesn't make decisions anymore for the John Marsh House. So it does, you do. So I just think if it's a company that you have or your employer or a board, we should just step out of it and not give any impression of anything bad.
So both financially benefiting from the organization, or if you are a member of a board of the organization, whether or not you financially benefit from it.
Yeah.
But not if you're a member of it?
No, I think if you're part of a club, I think that's different. Like the mayor was saying, if you're part of Rotary or, you're part of a church, like you're a congregation member in the church,
I agree with that.
We lost the vice mayor.
He's busy.
There we go. How do you feel, Vice Mayor? Well, you know what? Do we take a vote on this, or is it just it does ask for a roll call vote?
If I can just maybe summarize what I've heard, and maybe a council member might turn something similar to that into a motion. It sounds to me that the council would like staff to come back with either a new policy or an amendment to an existing policy that would preclude either council members or those who are listed on their Form 700 from applying for benefits from the city, not really benefits, but applying for grants or fee waivers or things of that sort, if they are a member of a board of an organization, or if they financially benefit from that organization. That organization would be precluded from getting those discounts or getting those waivers or getting those grants. Is that
Well, you said on the Form 700 and not.
But with regard to who we're talking about, not the what, but the who. That's what I thought Councilmember Mendoza had said, that you're trying to think of who would apply to. It sounds like it applies to the council member,
or my legal partner,
or your legal partner,
or significant other,
or significant other.
You could be living with somebody for 30 years and never marry them.
And just to clarify, this is going to require,
like my dad,
the council to be cognizant of this, because I don't think it's something staff's going to really be able to do a lot of investigation on, who a member's significant other is, or who they're living with. I think that puts an unfair burden on staff to do that sort of investigation.
Well, hopefully, now we all know, if we all know the policy, hopefully we all just, adhere to it. So then I will make a motion for staff to spend time on a new or amended policy that precludes council members and or their partners, significant others, etc., from applying for grants, free waivers, or anything of value if it's their employer or they sit on a board of an organization. Is that correct?
I think that's if I understood what you just said. I'll ask the city manager, did he have any clarifications he needs from that?
I think what was stated is clear. I'm just thinking through in my head workarounds, right? To make sure we have a solid enough policy that there aren't easy workarounds or unintended consequences. So,
well, like a staff member coming in and applying for something on behalf. So it's the organization itself.
Yeah.
Not just the person.
Yeah. Like my company, no one in my company can come to Brentwood and ask for anything that I work for, because I would gain financially from selling even one more unit.
Or I heard some non-financial benefits from partnering with the city in some way, where there's some non-tangible benefits as well.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to characterize that in a policy, but we can think it through some ideas as well.
Yeah. Okay, well, yeah.
I know there's a motion. I don't know if I heard a second to that, but
I'll second it.
Okay, so now I've heard a second. What I might recommend is if you can let staff, listen to this discussion, listen to the motion, and then come back with a draft policy for you to consider. And then you can let us know what we captured and what we didn't quite get right. And then we can go from there if that's acceptable. Okay. And Mr. Mayor, I believe you have a motion and a second on the floor.
Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
We'll move into item F2.2, future agenda item request from Councilmember Meyer related to clarified procedures for proclamations. Councilmember Meyer.
So we sort of already did this today. Maybe it was a trial run. But the thought is that there are meetings when we have just a really large number of proclamations and not necessarily people here, community members here to receive them, and yet we still read them aloud. And I think it takes a lot of time that we don't necessarily need to add to our very lengthy council meetings. So my proposal would be that if a resident requests a proclamation and is going to be there to receive it, it gets put on the agenda. If we are just doing something to check a box to say, oh, this is ice cream month, that would go into consent. However, the night of council, if the owner of Baskin Robbins or Sip and Scoop comes up and says, hey, I want to receive, then we pull it from consent and allow that to happen, and it gets read. But for the most part, unless there is a specific recipient that plans to attend the meeting, if it means something to very specifically a Brentwood resident, that it would just stay in consent. With all of us having the power to pull it, if we knew of someone who wanted to receive it, that again had some meaning to our community and residents.
Thank you. At this time, we will open public comments. Margaret?
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do see one hand raised. I'll go ahead and call on Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. If it means shorter meetings, I'm all for it. Thank you.
I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we'll public comments move into board discussion. Is there any further discussion on this item, or do I have a motion?
I just like to say that those can be placed on social media, you know, and to let the public know that that's happening through social media. And once we've put it on the agenda and approved it through consent calendar.
So with that in mind, I will make a motion. Yes. Okay, timing, no other questions. To adopt a policy where proclamations that don't have an active recipient go on our consent calendar. If someone does want to receive, if someone makes a special request, if a council member would like to recognize someone, those would go into the main agenda. We can last minute pull something from the agenda if the recipient shows up. And that social media is a wonderful place to recognize proclamations if they are not indeed received live.
I second that.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Mr. Mayor, before we close the meeting tonight, I'd like to say a few words about my friend, former Mayor Mike McPoland and his contributions to this city. Mike, for those of you who are still on the call, Mike McPoland was on the council from 1996 to 2000. In 2000, he became mayor of the city. At that time, only the mayors served 2-year terms, so he served until 2002. He helped to establish PAL with Jim Wangeman. And for those of you who were around in the 90s and I think early 2000s, you would have seen snow in City Park. He had a snow park that was out there every year, and kids and families came out to take a picture around the Christmas tree and play in the snow. He helped to start the Kiwanis Club here in Brentwood. And that year, there was over 100 members who joined Kiwanis. And that was 22 years ago. And it's still, Kiwanis is still going strong in the city. When I approached him regarding our development falling apart, Mike and then Councilmember Petrovich had went out and visited homes and saw how the houses were falling apart. And they helped to push forward $7 million in developer improvements in that housing development and instituted new building standards because of the way the houses were falling apart. He was instrumental in the creation of the Agricultural Enterprise Preservation Program and Land Trust. He helped to set up the architectural review, the residential growth management plan. And he was cutting edge with the general plan update in 2001 that was based on the high quality of life, living within resources, economic development, and fiscal sustainability that we still enjoy today. And above all that, Mike had a Cafe Baccio where the 311 Club is. That was Cafe Baccio, and he held his meetings with whoever it was that wanted to meet with him would meet in the back of Cafe Baccio to discuss whatever they wanted to do. He set up shop down there and could be seen riding through the streets of Brentwood on his green tricycle, large tricycle, with a basket on the front going from one place to another. He was a wonderful man, had Brentwood's best interests at heart, and I'm sorry to say that he is no longer with us, and but what he has done and who he was will stay at least with me forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Having said that, if council is okay with this, we would like to adjourn tonight in honor of former mayor and council member and community leader and just all around fabulous person, Mike McPoland. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rary,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. We're adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Be safe.